City Council meeting of Tuesday, March 9th. We're convening under the Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw and M192 of the Emergency Program Act. So we're all participating by phone. If my connection's lost, we'll recess the meeting until it's restored. And if any councillors lose their connection during the voting process, we'll suspend until you're back online. Please make sure that your video is enabled so we can ensure there's quorum. I'd like to acknowledge, of course, that we're the unseated Councillor Hardwick, you're a little faint too, so I'll just I'll let you know on the way through if things have changed there. So we're asking the public today to listen to proceedings via the city's website or YouTube link and follow along on Twitter at Van City Clerk for updates on the progress of the meeting. That's especially if you are a speaker to any item. The live stream of the meeting has both audio and video. Video of council members speaking, presentations, amendments, and vote results will be projected to viewers when available. Any comments and agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website, and that address is tweeted out as well. I also want to note that Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. Remind council that when addressing speakers and staff, we'll avoid using gendered honorifics and instead refer to the person by first and last name or role or title. So for example, Mr. Mayor becomes Mayor. Today we have 3 administrative items. We have 4 reports, 8 referral reports, 9 bylaws, 2 administrative motions, 6 members' motions, notice of council member motions, new business inquiries, and other matters. Plan for today is to go from now until noon, then break for lunch from noon till 1, then we go in camera from 1 to 3, return from 3 to 5 to deal with the remainder of the regular agenda, and then we have a public hearing beginning at 6 p.m. We're required to go in camera this week. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda. Someone like to move a motion, please, to go in camera?
So moved. Councillor Carr.
Councillor Carr, thank you. Councillor Boyle, second. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Great, thanks so much. That's unanimous. I've got a series of minutes, council, 5 sets of minutes. Minutes 1 are the minutes from the Auditor General Recruitment Committee meeting of February 19th. Any corrections? Someone like to move adoption?
Moved. Hardwick.
Thank you. Seconder?
Councillor Carr. Dominato.
I heard Councillor Carr first. All those in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. That motion passes unanimously. Thanks. Minutes 2 are the minutes from the council meeting following the Standing Committee Policy and Strategic Priority meeting of February 10th and 18th. Any corrections? Someone like to move?
Councillor Carr.
So moved. Dejanova.
Councillor Carr, and then seconded by Councillor Dejanova. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thanks. Minutes 3 are the minutes from the council meeting of February 23rd. Any corrections? Mover?
So move. Second, Councillor Carr.
Thanks. Councillor Dejanova, seconded by Councillor Carr. All those in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Thanks. That carries unanimously. Minutes 4 are the minutes of the quarter revision BIA meeting of February 23rd. Any corrections? You have a mover?
Moved. Hardwick.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Second. All those in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Great. Last one. Minutes 5 are minutes of the council meeting following the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting of February 24th.
So moved.
Thank you. No corrections. Okay. Councillor Weep move. Seconder.
Second, Dominato.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Great. Okay, thanks. So, council, we're moving to matters adopted on consent. If you just look at your agenda, which I'm doing right now, we have reports 2 and 4 and referral reports 1 to 8 on the consent agenda for consideration. And I'll just go to the queue if you'd like to hold any of those. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'd like to hold report 1, please.
Report 1. That is held already, I believe. So I'll just put that down. Councillor Hardwick.
I didn't believe it was, Mayor, because our speaker list said the speaker had withdrawn, so I assume that was on the consent agenda.
I just have in my script 2 and 4. So, but whatever, we'll just have it on there. Okay, Councillor Hardwick.
Yes, from the referral reports,
Okay.
I would like to pull 5, 6, and 7, please.
Okay. Okay. Thanks so much. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so could we have a mover to adopt the rest?
So move, Councillor Carr.
Second,
Councillor Carr.
Dominato.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Yeah. Okay, so, right, so all in favor say yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Great, thanks. So we have adopted report number 2, which is the annual procurement report of 2020. We have adopted report 4, which is the 2021 renter services grants. Referral report 1, sign bylaw amendment on Hamilton Street. 2, miscellaneous amendments to various CD1 bylaws. 3, CD1 text amendment for Burrard Street. 4, rezoning on 4825 Laurel Street. Number 8, CD1 rezoning on 1698 West Georgia Street. And that's it. Okay. So we have held the items report number 1 on property taxation, report number 3 on community services and other social grants, and the referral reports 5, 6, and 7. Does anybody wish to declare a conflict of interest on any of these?
Mayor,
Yes?
you're not referring to report 3. You're asking for conflicts on all reports now, including 3?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, 1 or 3.
I do have a conflict on report 3, specifically for the success grant, given that my spouse is the volunteer chair of the organization, and staff, I understand, consequently are going to sever the recommendations to allow a separated vote on that.
Great. Thanks very much. Anybody else on conflicts for any of these? Okay, thanks so much. So let's go to the property tax report. Report number 1. I just asked the city manager, is there a presentation or anything, or do we just go right to questions?
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. Yeah, hi, Council. Paul Mokry here, Acting City Manager. Staff, do you have a presentation prepared that we'd be happy to walk you through? Obviously, there's some complexity to how the land assessment averaging system works. So again, at your discretion, happy to provide you with that presentation.
Would folks like to see that at all? Or okay.
Yes, please.
Okay. So Councillor Hardwick would like to see it. So if staff want to go ahead, and we'll make sure that you've got.
Thanks, Council. So I'll turn it over then to Patrice MP and her team to present.
Okay, and it's on the public screen now, so we're good to go.
Mayor and councillors, yes, this is our update to you on targeted land assessment averaging. This is one of our taxation reports, several reports that come to you between January and May of each year. And I'm going to pass this over to Grace Chang, our Director of Long-Term Financial Strategy, who leads our property taxation policy area. And she will go through the presentation, and we're available for any questions.
Thank you, Patrice. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Grace Chang, Director of Long-Term Financial Strategy. Today, we would like to seek Council approval to apply targeted 5-year land assessment averaging for calculating property taxes for residential, light industrial, and business properties for 2021. And before we dive into the averaging program, I would like to provide a high-level overview of the property assessment and taxation framework. Next, please. Next, please. So in British Columbia, the property assessment and taxation functions are segregated. Property taxes are levied by taxing authorities based on the property values that are largely driven by zoning as defined in land use policies and by market dynamics. BC assessment determines property value and classification in accordance with the Assessment Act. Council sets land use policies and determines the amount of tax levy to be collected as part of annual budget. City tax generally accounts for 50% of the overall taxes, and the city collects taxes on behalf of other taxing authorities, such as the provincial school tax, Translinks tax, Metro Vancouver, and BC assessment. Next slide, please. This is just kind of like a three-step approach in terms of how the city calculate the tax rate. First, council would determine the tax levy required to support the annual budget by simply deducting off what is the non-tax revenue from the annual operating budget. The residual amount is from the tax levy. The second step basically is for council in April to determine what is the tax share between residential and non-residential property classes. And in 2020, the residential property classes accounts for 57% of the tax levy, where the non-residential property classes account for 43% of the tax levy. And the final step is to set tax rate for each of the property classes, which staff is going to come back in May to finalize the tax rate. So the tax rate is just a function of the tax levy divided by the taxable assessment base. Next slide, please. The city does not generate higher tax revenue as a result of rising property values. As I mentioned earlier, the overall tax levy is set by council as part of the annual budget process. Tax rates are adjusted to reflect assessment increases or decreases to ensure revenue neutrality. Next slide, please. When council determines the increase in the overall tax levy, the impact on an individual property is dependent on how its assessed value has changed relative to the average change within its property class. Properties with a higher than average increase in value, such as property number 2 and 3 in the diagram, could experience a much higher increase in property tax beyond the council approved tax increase. While properties with a lower than average increase in value, which is property 1 and 4, they could experience no change or even a reduction in tax. Next slide, please. And that impact is quite evident over the last decade when you look at the tax increase for condos versus tax increase in single-family homes. As single-family homes have been increasing in value much faster than condos for the majority of the decade, you can actually see that the increase in single-family home is actually way more drastic than the property tax increase for condos. Next slide, please. And on the website, at the city website, we actually have a very small short video to explain how property tax impact arising from individual properties assessment value changes relative to the class. This is kind of like an ongoing education piece so that the public understand that property value increases does not translate directly to property tax increase. It is dependent on its relative change relative to the class average. As well, in Q4 each year, BC assessment will notify the property owners who will be experiencing significant assessment increases. So that's kind of like an early warning signal for the property owners in Q4. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Land assessment averaging is an optional tool available to council under the Vancouver Charter. It is revenue neutral to the city, as the total tax levy generated is the same with or without averaging. To date, Vancouver is the only municipality in British Columbia that uses averaging to face in significant property tax increases arising from assessment volatility at a citywide level. In 2013, Council reconvened the Property Tax Policy Review Commission to advise on two key areas. The first one is property tax stability and predictability, and the second area is tax distribution and its impact on residents and business climate. With regards to the property tax stability and predictability, the Commission recommended the use of targeted 5-year land assessment averaging to mitigate the taxation impact on hot properties that experience an unanticipated year-over-year increase in value which exceeds the average class increase by more than 10%. Next slide, please. This diagram shows how targeted averaging works. For an eligible hot property, the taxable value is calculated using the average land value of the current year and the prior 4 years, plus the current improvement value. As a result, averaging would typically move the property towards, but not lower than, the threshold. The intent of this program is to reduce the severity of the increase in property value until such time the property is no longer hot. In general, averaging should reduce the taxable value. However, under very limited circumstances where averaging could increase the taxable value, property tax will be calculated based on the assessed value provided by BC Assessment. So in short, averaging will not adversely impact a hot property under whatever circumstances. And the rest of the properties that are not hot, they will not be subject to intervention. Next slide, please. So there are a couple of key drivers that cause property value changes. The most typical one tend to be supply and demand and market speculation, as well if there is a major infrastructure investment in the neighborhood. Say, for example, there's a rapid transit or Canada Line at that time, this will also drive up to a certain extent the land value in that area. And also, it could also be driven by an actual or perceived higher and better use relative to the existing use. Next slide, please. This map shows the geographical distribution of hot residential properties that have experienced a year-over-year increase in property values above the threshold. Next slide, please. This chart demonstrates the effect of targeted 5-year land assessment averaging on the year-over-year increase in taxable values in 2021 residential properties. The class average increase for residential properties for 2021 is 4.4%. Therefore, the threshold, which is 10% above that, would be 14.4%. Applying this threshold, roughly in 2021, about 14,900 residential properties, or 7% of all the residential folios, are above the threshold and will be eligible for consideration for averaging. Next slide, please. And this chart demonstrates the effect of targeted 5-year averaging on the year-over-year increase in city taxes. As you can see, by looking at the yellow line, the majority of those really hot properties, they got pushed back closer to the threshold line, so that the increase, the year-over-year increase, is not as extreme with averaging. Next slide, please. So without applying averaging, the tax levy that is required from the residential classes would be roughly $512 million. And with the before average assessment base, roughly the tax rate would be $1.6 per $1,000 of assessed value. Next slide, please. And as I mentioned before, because of the revenue neutrality principle, applying the targeted averaging program will reduce the total taxable value for the residential classes from $320 million to $319 billion. So the increase in tax rate is roughly 0.2% in order for us to collect exactly the same amount of tax levy. Next slide, please. Besides targeted averaging, there are 3 provincial tax relief programs that are available to eligible residential properties. The first one is the Assessment Act Section 19.8. This is available to property owners who have continuously occupied their principal residence for at least 10 years. For eligible properties, the land will be assessed based on current zoning rather than the anticipated zoning and development potential. Next slide, please. For the homeowner grants, it is available to property owners who occupy their principal residence and the value of their properties falls within the qualifying range. These grants are applied first to offset school tax and then to taxes levied by other taxing authorities. Next slide, please. Property tax deferment is available to property owners who are at least 55 years old and who occupy their principal residence, and also families with children under 18 years old. Qualified owners may defer all or a portion of the taxes after deduction of the homeowner grant. The deferred taxes is subject to a prescribed low interest rate with no repayment required until the transfer of ownership of their homes. Next slide, please. This diagram in front of you demonstrates how eligible residential properties can take advantage of the multiple programs that is available under the city as well as under the provincial mitigation programs. Some of the properties that can actually apply for multiple kind of mitigating measures. Next slide, please. So for commercial properties, this map shows the geographical distribution of the hot commercial properties that have experienced extreme or significant year-over-year increase in property values above the threshold. Next slide, please. This chart demonstrates the effect of targeted 5-year land assessment averaging on the year-over-year increase in taxable value and for light industrial and business properties. In 2021, the class average change for light industrial and commercial properties is 3.2% reduction in value. Therefore, the threshold applying 10% above that would be 6.8%. Applying this threshold, roughly 2,800 properties or 19% of the commercial and light industrial properties will be above the threshold and will be eligible for consideration under the averaging program. Next slide, please. And this chart demonstrates the effect of targeted averaging on the year-over-year increase in city taxes in 2021. Again, as you can see on the yellow line, it actually pushes the line closer to the threshold. And that means that the number of properties that experience extreme year-over-year tax increase is substantially reduced. Next slide, please. Similarly, applying targeted averaging reduces the total taxable value from the commercial and light industrial classes from 77 billion to 75 billion. In order to generate the same levy, we will need to increase the tax rate by 2.1% from 4.8 to 4.9 per $1,000 taxable value. Next slide, please. So as a result of this exercise and analysis of the averaging program, staff is recommending that Council continue to apply targeted 5-year land assessment averaging for residential, light industrial, and business properties, and also continuously to set a threshold at the property class average change plus 10%, and then limit averaging up to, but not below the threshold. As well, which is consistent with prior practices, averaging program should also apply to properties that are impacted by the Director of Planning initiated amendments to the zoning and also development bylaw or ODP. Also, the averaging program should not be applicable to those properties whose owners proactively come to the city and try to get additional density or a change in use from council through rezoning, whether it is enacted or not, or through council-approved policy changes. The reason for this particular exclusion is that if the property owners wanting to get additional density, they should not be getting subsidy, from the averaging program, which is, subsidized by other taxpayers. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So, council, as you recall, we have been talking about small business, arts and culture and nonprofit organizations that have been impacted by the development potential, as part of the existing assessment model or assessment construct. And in particular, through triple net leases, landlords are passing on the entire tax burden onto tenants, including the taxes on the space that they're renting, as well as taxes that are on the development potential. This issue and this impact is also impacting the owner-operator type small businesses as well, and small business and nonprofits as well, because even though they own the building, they will also experience significant cash flow challenges until their property is being redeveloped or being sold. Next slide, please. So as you recall, staff has been working with Metro Vancouver and also engaging the province to look at targeting tax relief on development potential, and what the proposal has been is to have what we call split assessment through the commercial subclass, whereby municipality can actually tax existing use versus development potential differently. And the most important thing is really about this is permissive in nature, meaning that only those municipalities who choose to go down this path, we can actually have a common platform so that we can get the value of the development potential from BC assessment, and it's up to council to determine what kind of tax rate you want to put on the development potential. So this is highly flexible, scalable, and also it could be customized from municipality to municipality. So, and more importantly, by going down this path, any kind of tax reduction or tax savings, it will stay within the commercial class and it will not be shifted to residential class. Next slide, please. Understanding that the split assessment through commercial subclass is being considered by the province and has not been implemented yet, it is very critical that all levels of government really need to work together to continue to work on this area, because while the city has been really working hard to sustain the essential public services while mitigating the financial fallout from the pandemic, it is really, really crucial for all of us to work together to alleviate the financial hardship for our residents, businesses, and community partners. As you recall, in 2020, there was a one-time reduction in the provincial school tax for commercial properties, and there was a delay in the tax remittance for all taxpayers from July to September back in 2020. This provided the much-needed relief. However, the systemic challenges faced by small businesses and the arts and culture and nonprofit sectors remains. That's the reason why we need to continue to push forward and work with the province, BC assessment, and the rest of the region to find a viable solution to tackle and address taxation impact arising from the development potential issue. And while staff appreciate the province effort in enacting the interim solution in spring 2020, the program actually focused on assessment and taxation volatility rather than development potential, which is not dissimilar to our targeted averaging program. And as a result, that really doesn't work, at least from the city's perspective. And as part of the post-pandemic recovery effort, we staff will continue to work with the region to continue to engage the province to pursue the split assessment through the commercial subclass. And Council may recall that a number of our key stakeholders also include split assessment as part of their recovery plan and effort. For example, the Board of Trade, they included split assessment as part of their recovery plan report issued September 2020. Canadian Urban Institute, they also included split assessment as part of their Bring Back Main Street Action Report. And for CFIB, they came to council in the summer, and split assessment is part of the small business perspective in economic recovery plan. And more so, the BIAs, they have reiterated their support, to the mayor during the mayor's virtual roundtable in February this year to advocate for split assessment. So we will continue to work with the region on this one. This concluded the presentation, and we're here for any questions you may have, Council. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I don't have a question. I was happy to move the report and have an amendment, but I see Councillor Hardwick may have questions, so perhaps I'll let her ask questions and then I'll move and do the amendment after.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5.
Right. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to ask questions. The first week we were back in January, we had a presentation from BC Assessment. And in that presentation, it showed the total roll value in the city of Vancouver has doubled over the last decade, roughly over between 150 and 200 billion in 2010 up to 441 in 2020 and 449 in 2021. What is the impact? And when I asked the question of the BC assessment folks about how this happened and whether it was attributable to the large number of new dwelling units uh, built and the significant amount of rezoning undertaken, and the answer was yes. Um, do you recall that presentation?
Yes, I
This
do.
is for
Yes,
Grace, and you recall that the roles have doubled since 2010.
yes, I do.
So I'm also looking at the CMHC numbers for building starts and completions over the same period. And I note that there was a significant increase in 2016, I believe it, where there were almost 9,800 building starts in a single year. But the average over this last decade has been about 5,000 building starts over the same period. So my question to you is, what is the impact of the large number of new units that have been produced over this period and the rezoning, of the impact of that on your analysis around the approach that you've taken on averaging here?
Right. Thank you for your question. I think maybe we can break down into what is the key driver, what are the two key drivers of the assessment-based increase. So the majority of the increase is actually from market value changes. And I think when BC assessment talk about as a result of the additional new units, it does expand, the tax base. But when you look at the value increase as a result of new construction, versus value increase based on market forces, the market forces piece is multiple times more than the new construction piece. The reason why I can say that is because you may recall every single year when we come to council on the annual budget process, when we say there is new construction tax revenue coming in, that is attributable to the new construction, which is expanding the tax base, not about market value changes. But the market value changes is actually having the biggest proportion in terms of contributing to the overall increase in the assessed value. So that being said, when we talk about land assessment averaging, we typically apply to the market value changes as opposed to properties coming in because they're rebuilding or redeveloping and have higher value. That's why they're subject to averaging. We actually don't do that because averaging is really applicable to market value changes.
But isn't it true that you brought this new averaging system into place in 2015, that this is a relatively new process that the city has adopted over the last 5+ years?
Well, maybe there's some nuance to it. The city of Vancouver has been using land assessment averaging since I would say in the 80s or early 90s. So the only difference that we have changed over the last 5 years is that we change it from across the board land assessment averaging to targeted averaging, just focusing on hot properties. Before we used to say every property within the assessment base, you're subject to averaging. But in the last 5 years, we said that targeted averaging should only be targeted towards the hot property. So that is the key difference as a result of the recommendation from the Property Tax Policy Commission. The second difference is that we used to have 3-year averaging. Right now we have 5-year averaging. Those two are the two key differences over the last 5 years.
I still don't understand, though, how you take into consideration the addition of 50,000 new dwelling units over a decade in the way that you're interpolating your analysis. You're saying that it's just you're basing this off of hot properties and you're not taking into consideration the significant increase in housing supply?
I can maybe give you a very simple analogy because in the averaging formula, we are using land value for the last 4 years and the current land value and divided by 5, right? So if it is a new property, which only kind of come on stream, basically you have no prior year land value as a history, so averaging won't apply. So just with that as an example, new construction is not going to be subject to averaging at all.
Thanks. That's the 5. Councillor Carr, up to 5.
Great, thanks. Mayor. Yes, I'd like to talk a little bit also about, or ask questions on the hot property issue. In previous years, I've remembered that the explanations around hot properties are in part at least linked to policies such as recent plans, etc. in the city. I noticed on that map you showed that there seemed to be a lot in Strathcona, no new plan in Strathcona. I'm wondering if you could explain why there were a fair number there, and I think there was in other places it was more scattered, including the Central Business District. But I'm specifically interested in what might be explanation in that particular area of the city.
Are you referring to the commercial or residential?
I think it was commercial.
Right. Yes. Yeah. I think this is the reason why, as you recall, what on the slide, we talk about what are the 4 key factors driving up property values. It does not necessarily. It may not necessarily come from an active city plan in that area. It could be basically that if there is supply and demand, it could be speculative demand as well. And it could be, for that one, I don't think major infrastructure is at play, but it could also be the perceived higher and better use of the properties in that area. So it may or may not be directly driven by an active community plan in that neighborhood.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, well, it still leaves me with some questions. It could not be this, it could not be that, but I'm not sure why it is. So maybe we can probe it further, afterwards. But I am quite interested in knowing whether the city itself, whether we can actually do or make any moves to mitigate the driving up of prices, or beyond sort of a reasonable spectrum of pricing. So yeah, we can leave it for there, but that is one of my concerns. Also on another issue, which is on split assessment. Thank you for bringing that and explaining around the interim business property tax relief issue. I'm interested in some of the comments around not just some businesses, but community organizations that are caught in the bind, and what you feel might be mitigative measures we could take in that regard.
Yeah, this is a very challenging situation because I think of the nonprofit, I would say that the majority of them, they're also kind of similar to other independent small businesses. When they rent commercial properties, in particular the underdeveloped properties, they're all having triple net leases, right? So through triple net leases, they're of course they're taking on the entire tax burden, not just about them, not just on the space that they're occupying, it's also on the undeveloped space that is perceived as the higher and better use. So it's not dissimilar to the small business that are also renting the similar space. They're paying for all the tax burden anyways on behalf of the property owners. So that in a way is quite similar.
Mm. Yeah, agreed, and difficult. I think we should keep probing, think about, I mean, and I know that we have some suggestions around a different formula than the interim business property tax relief that the province has come up with. And my final question is around just the point you have always made in these presentations, that property values going up does not mean revenue for the city going up. And we do, when we get the tax mail out, I think have usually a little insert of information from the city. Are we able to explain to people, like, just to make that point clearly in the kind of accompanying correspondence that we insert into the tax bills when they go out? Just so that people are aware. I think that sometimes they just see, oh, my property taxes are going up and the city must have so much money, and we don't.
Yeah, that's very true because I think our new revenue, as you recall, every year in the budget process is only coming from new construction, right? Unless there's new construction, market value changes doesn't really help us one single bit. And we have been trying to make our messaging clearer. That's why we have also included that short video on our website. And at the same time, BC Assessment is also partnering with us, so they will also have that kind of messaging when they go out, when they send the assessment notice out. But we constantly try to improve our messaging as well. Patrice, do you have anything to add in terms of the messaging and the education piece?
Yeah, I've nothing too much to add. We do have it very clear on the website as well, and it is a continuous education process. Many people, they don't they do their taxes or they pay their tax online. They don't look at their tax bill. So it is a challenge communication, but we do, whenever we have that opportunity, we do remind people that the market value is not a determination of the property tax paid. Yeah.
Great. Okay, good. Keep that up. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Who we got next? Councillor Dominato, up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks to staff for the presentation this morning. I just wanted to ask a question, just out of curiosity. Have we looked at, or I assume we probably have, but we're doing the targeted land averaging, and we've been doing that for a number of years now. What are other jurisdictions doing that might be in a similar situation with the hot properties in spots within the city? Is that something we're exploring further?
As far as I know, no other municipalities actually have this kind of citywide program across the region, even in BC. The city of Vancouver, I think we are the only one who have been doing it, and we are also the one working with Metro Vancouver and other municipality to really advocate for split assessment. I think that is the reason why we need to be very clear about why we're not going for the interim solution, because the interim solution also focuses on assessment volatility, which is exactly what our averaging program is. That's the reason from our perspective, unless split assessment is in play, we will continue to do the land assessment averaging.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Weeb, up to 5.
Yeah, I know we've talked about this before, but I'm great to see that split assessment we're continuing to advocate for. But I know that in the past we talked about the Amicon case and looking at what options it would be to do multi-class on different properties to reduce the tax burden on small business. And I'm wondering, have we looked at ensuring that some of the pre-zoned areas that we have done can be multi-class so that the undeveloped potential is being taxed at a residential rate, not a commercial rate?
This one, I would say, is a case-by-case basis. It depends on how much specificity that we can put in the land use policy. And this is something that I think planning has been looking at it. Whenever they can put their specificity in order to enable the split class, it would have been done. For those areas that that for policy reasons that they don't want to have the kind of specificity, then it cannot be done. So and also just want to reiterate that even for the classification, it's not really driven by the city. It's really done by BC assessment. So we have been in constant discussion with them what level of specificity will drive what kind of split classification from an assessment perspective. So I'm not sure whether I can actually give you a clear-cut answer which part of the city can do and which part of the city cannot be done. But this basically is the process that we always have this kind of conversation with BC assessment when we put in kind of specificity in the bylaw. We want to make sure that we're not creating unintended consequences from an assessment perspective.
Okay, I guess could I question through to someone from planning to see if this is something we have looked at, recognizing we are seeing some interim rezoning programs come back in C2 zones and others. And I'm wondering if this is something that has been brought forward by our planning team.
Mm-hmm. Or is it possible, I'm not sure whether there's any planning team here available to answer this specific question, but we can actually maybe respond to council's question afterwards, if that's okay.
Yeah, no, that'd be great because I think this is one of the tools we can use. Obviously, I still think we need split assessment and we need to be able to split class, but I think that in the interim, recognizing the coming out of COVID and the specific needs for a small business, that this could be a tool that we use as a city in doing some rezonings. Thank you.
And sorry, I just realized that I think this is something that maybe we can report back through a memo or something, because my understanding is that BC assessment notified us that there is some sort of new development in terms of the previous board decision on the Amicon case. There could be some reversal of that, but I need to get more information, so that we can actually report back what exactly is the latest decision on the Amicon classification situation.
Okay, because the conversations from BC assessment that I have done recently have stated that this is still an option, but it'd be great to get a memo back on what that looks like. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for the presentation. On the subject of, we had heard in the past year about concerns from split classifications of artist live work spaces, whereby the artist portion of an artist live work was being uh, assessed and thus taxed at a commercial rate. Do we have any more information on those impacts?
I believe last year in 2020, there was, I would say, a hiccup, in the assessment and classification process. I would say my understanding from BC assessment is that they actually corrected the majority of the folios that got that kind of classification. And I actually didn't hear much this year, so I have to assume that the classification is going on according to the intended purpose. But I can actually come back to you and report out if there's any anomaly, because people would have already kind of flagged it if they see that their classification changed this year.
Okay, let's appreciate that, and that's a helpful acknowledgement that it was considered a bit of a hiccup, because I know it did cause a lot of stress in the community. Um, Speaking of stress in the community, do we and appreciating that the homeowner grant is really just provincial money to offset taxes, and it doesn't impact our bottom line. Do we have any sense of, obviously the homeowner grant is disproportionately affecting cities like ours and West Vancouver, where property values are considerably higher? And do we have any sense of the sort of like stress test threshold for folks who are finding themselves paying a significant amount more as a result of the shift in the threshold for homeowner grants?
We haven't done a specific analysis this year, but I recall 2 or 3 years ago, we actually did some sort of trending analysis in terms of the percentage of properties within City of Vancouver that were eligible for homeowner grant because of the substantial increase in the residential value in Vancouver versus the rest of the region. We can actually update that analysis and we can report back to council as well.
Okay, yeah, I think that I would appreciate that, just because I think that it's obviously, as property values continue to increase in the city of Vancouver, we'll see more and more people ineligible for the homeowner grant, and of course that comes with an incredible valuation in their properties. But I'm curious to see what it means for the bottom line for individuals who are finding themselves with a significantly increased tax burden that they may not have anticipated in their own financial planning. Lastly, and I don't expect you would have this information, but we're still waiting on sort of the report back on um, commercial spaces that are created into sort of de facto community gardens and what have you, and then thus get assessed at a lower rate at a recreational tax class, and pay significantly less taxes. And I'm just curious if you're still tracking what that sort of loss in potential commercial tax revenue to the city those properties represent.
Yes, we do track it. And we also report out any kind of new conversion every single year as part of our tax distribution report in April. So we actually report out on an annual basis. That being said, yes, we know that there is an outstanding request. And the reason why it has taken up quite a bit of time is that there's some sort of, I would say, conversation and discussion on and off with the province. And we are about to write a memo and report back to council in response to your motion. It's in the works.
Well, thanks very much. I appreciate the updates. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Got Councillor Kirby-Young on the list, followed by Councillor Weeb and Hardwick.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm happy to move the motion. And
Okay, we still have two councillors on, just so you know. Councillor Hardwick has used her 5 minutes. Councillor Weeb may have a couple minutes, but could ask points of information. So up to you what you want to do.
okay. Well, I haven't asked questions yet, so I'm going to move the report now if I can.
Okay, and we have a seconder.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Okay, we're over on the main queue.
And I have an amendment, Mayor.
Sure, I'll start your clock here. Go right ahead.
Thanks. I really appreciate the report from staff today and continuing to highlight the challenge that's faced, particularly by our business class and business community. And the amendment that I have sent in, and I'll let the clerk bring it up on the screen, but just in speaking to that, acknowledges that staff are continuing to engage at the staff level on split tax assessment, but we did have one sort of update since this last report, which was the spring 2020 interim solution that the province brought forward. And we are seeing Vancouver's chosen elected not to proceed and utilize that, and nor have any other municipalities to my knowledge. And at the political level, we have not communicated that back. to our provincial political counterparts that we don't feel that that solution is viable in addressing the issue. And I think we heard staff say that in their presentation that really deals with volatility, not development potential. And given the fact that this will be the second tax year since the advent of COVID-19, this was an issue that existed clearly for some time prior to COVID, and it's really exacerbated now by the challenges and economic difficulties caused by COVID-19 of the practice of taxing on highest and best use. So I think it's important, in addition to the staff work, that we had our political voice to indicate that the interim solution is not the solution, and that Vancouver still and vociferously advocates for the implementation of regulations or legislation to enable that split assessment through a commercial subclass. So that is the spirit of the amendment, which I see the clerk has on screen now for everybody to see and review.
Great. Thanks so much. Anybody else wish to speak to this? Okay, I don't see anybody on the list, so we can call a vote on this.
Mayor Stewart,
Yes,
do we have a seconder?
I heard a seconder.
I thought I seconded
Yeah,
it.
Councillor Hardwick.
did.
Councillor Hardwick seconded. Yeah.
So just to clarify, Councillor Kubiang is moving with the additional language then?
No, the motion was moved and this is an addition, so I guess we should, right. So Councillor Kirby-Young moved the motion, was seconded by Councillor Hardwick. This is an amendment that Councillor Kirby-Young's moving and it wasn't seconded, so you're correct, clerks.
Second.
I did hear Councillor Dejanova second it, so I will move over to an amendment queue. Does anybody have anything they want to say about this amendment? I
Just
don't
a
see.
point of privilege, Mayor Stewart.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Dejanova.
Councillor Dejanova, if you can mark me in favor, please.
Okay, we haven't called the vote yet, but I don't see anybody else on the list, so I will call the vote now on the amendment, which is to send the letter. And we need, there we go. So, of course, the clerks can pull the screen up for the public to see. That is unanimous. And we're going to go back to the main queue. Councillor Kirby-Young, do you have anything else to add to this?
No,
amended?
not at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, great, thanks. I don't see anybody else on the queue, so I'm going to call a vote to adopt this report. Oh, Councillor Wiebe, go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, one last point of information if I can.
Sure.
My point of information is to staff. And I'm just wondering, has there been any discussion on if the school tax reduction for business properties will be done in 2021, recognizing that that was a significant benefit and has kept many of our small business and arts and culture facilities alive. And so I'm just wondering, has there been any momentum on that? And is it something that we can advocate for as the city? Because I know from a lot of places that that's the only thing that kept them going.
Not directly from City of Vancouver, but through GFOA. The question has been posed, but we got no indication from the province that this will continue.
Okay. I think that's something that we can all advocate as councillors because I think it's critical to our arts and culture and small business community. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. And through you, question of staff. It's pretty clear to me that the amount of rezoning and additional housing capacity that the city is building is affecting its property assessment rolls, and that pattern has emerged over the last decade. So my question to staff is, are you projecting out into the next decade based on the impact of the significant rezoning which continues to happen? I'm looking at zoned capacity and its implications on taxation in the future.
We have not projected out on that because that will be speculative in nature. So we don't project out in terms of the potential increase in revenue from new construction for that purpose. We have not been doing it.
Okay, maybe that's something we ought to look at. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Anybody else? Okay, great. So we can call a vote on this one.
Point of privilege, Mayor Stewart.
Yes, go ahead.
If you can mark me in favor, please.
Okay, thanks you. And if clerks can pull that up on the screen, please, that has been adopted unanimously. Thanks so much. Okay, so council, now we're moving on to the item number 3, community service and other social grants. I do believe, clerks, that we have speakers to this item. And so the process would be, we could see a presentation if there is one. There'd be questions to staff first from council, and then we would move to the speakers. So just ask the city manager, do we have a, is there a presentation on this, or does staff have any opening comments before we go to questions?
Thanks, Mayor. No, we don't have a presentation, but happy to take any questions from council.
Okay, thanks. Council have any questions? I don't see any questions, so clerks, we can move to the hearing from the speakers. And if you just give me a second, I'm going to pull up my list here. Let's see. Okay, so the first speaker I have is Carla Genie. I have Carla Genie on the line.
Hi there.
Hi there. You've up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, my name's Carla Genie, and I'm a resident of Vancouver and a collective member of Vancouver Rape Relief and Women's Shelter. We're opposed to the staff report recommendation for the City of Vancouver not to fund our Support, Education, and Action program. Last year, 580 women told us her husband, boyfriend, or lover raped and or beat her, and another 85 women told us her ex raped her after she ended things with him. 60 women told us her male supervisor or coworker sexually assaulted her. 230 women told us a man she knew socially sexually assaulted her. 170 women told us about her father or other adult male family members or family friends raping her when she was a girl. 120 women told us a male stranger assaulted her. When a woman calls us, she's already acted by refusing to stay silent, and she wants us to be a part of her next action. Our initial work with her is accompaniment for a rape kit, offering her a safe place to go, support through a legal proceeding, advocacy with the police, and peer counseling. All of this is available to women without a wait list. Our support goes far beyond that, and we remain with her while she navigates her own understanding of the sexist violence she's faced. Many of these women join our support, education, and action groups. It's not simply a support group, but a political strategy of working collectively to end male violence against women. And our support, education, and action groups connect women to each other to offer support and mutual aid. Grouping together in women-only space after leaving an abusive man, after exiting prostitution, after being raped, is an act of resistance against men's tactic of silencing and isolating women. We teach each other about our own experiences and what our lives are really like, first as girls, then as women, and how race and class shapes thought. Indigenous women, women of color, lesbians, mothers, and women dealing with poverty offer us additional insights into the compounding realities of oppression. And we're grateful for these women's teachings, and our group's actions are better because of them. By being in a space with others who share our experience of being treated as female from the time that we're born, we heard truthful talk from those who might otherwise be silenced. Saying and then seeing the similarities between us as women first relieves us, and then it propels us to act in support of each other. This leads women, including myself, to see the violence that men do to us as connected to what men do to women globally throughout centuries and across race, culture, and class. And we go from asking ourselves, what could I have done differently, to asking, what should we do about it, now that this particular experience I have has been put in a larger context of women's oppression. Last month, we gathered with women who participated in our support, education, and action groups to get their input in building our recommendations for the National Action Plan to End Violence Against Women. You can find our 45 demands on the website, developed from this consultation process. One woman said to us, seeing many women come together for the same cause gives me a little hope that maybe this society might change in the future within the timeline of my life. And another woman said to us, I never made as many changes in my life as I did when I was in that group. As many of you on council know firsthand, from birth we face limits placed on us that have nothing to do with our feelings, our personality, our skills, or our efforts. Not every woman has been raped, but we all live with the fear and knowledge of male violence against women. When a man's walking behind you on an empty street at night, when a friend checks in with you during her date, or you feel a man's eyes on your body while you're on the bus. At Rape Relief, we hear from women every day about the ways men have raped, beaten, harassed, incested, and exploited them. But these aren't acts of resistance by each woman. It's through these stories of resistance, shared on the phone, in person, in support, education, and action groups, that we learn from each other, offer each other solidarity, and the possibility of more for all of us. Vancouver Rape Relief offers every woman who calls our line the ability to support to speak up and take action in her own liberation. So I urge you to think about what women in this city need to be free from men's violence and reconsider funding for our support, education, and action group. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I don't see any questions for you, but wanted to thank you for participating today. And I'm going to move to the next speaker. Council, the next speaker is Rosa Ardiega. Rosa Ardiega.
Mayor Stewart, the speaker was on the line but disconnected. We are trying to get him back. So if you could move on to the next speaker, that would be great.
Right, speaker 3, Erin Arnold.
Hi, good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Erin Arnold. I am opposed to the report. I am a resident of Vancouver. I am joining from Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh territory. It is with great respect that I rise before you to speak as the board chair of Pacific Postpartum Support Society. We are a nonprofit society that provides a comprehensive support program for diverse women experiencing postpartum depression and/or anxiety after the birth or adoption of a child. The City of Vancouver has provided funding for our nonprofit for years, and we are grateful for your assistance. With your funding support, we provide a toll-free telephone and email support 5 days a week and 2 weekly Vancouver support groups. The demand for Vancouver support is exponentially higher than ever. We've gone from 2 support groups to 6 since COVID-19 and still have a wait list of about 15, all in Vancouver. These women are from diverse backgrounds and economic brackets requiring mental health support. We work with LGBTQ+, BIPOC, people living with disabilities, and self-identifying women living in poverty. Receiving the notification grant at this time of increased need of COVID-19 comes at a challenging time when women and children are further isolated and facing mental health challenges. I request this decision be reconsidered. $8,842 is 50% of what we have received in the past, and the full amount is required to meet the demand for services in the City of Vancouver. Thank you for your time and consideration in meeting the needs of women and children coping with mental health challenges in the City of Vancouver. With great respect. Have a good day.
Thank you very much for participating today. I don't see any questions for you, so yes, go ahead, Councillor DeGenova. Yep.
Would you mind putting me on the list for questions?
Sure. Okay, please go ahead. Up to 5 minutes, or 3 minutes actually.
Thanks very much. I just wanted to ask, thank you for your presentation today. You had mentioned that the grant that you received before was in the amount of $8,000. Is that correct?
It was, we're getting 50%, which is 8,842. In the past, we got roughly about 16,000.
Thanks for clarifying that. Can I ask, were you given a reason by staff? And I will follow up with this question later on as to why the reduction in the grant.
We were told it was a notification grant, that they had too many people apply, and they had to make hard decisions. We haven't done anything wrong with our application. It was just that the decision was challenging and that we'd been funded in the past.
Okay, and quickly, if I may, and look, I'll ask our staff.
Sorry, Councillor
Thank
Dejanova,
you.
we're having a hard time hearing you. Councillor
Can you hear
Dejanova?
me now? Can you hear me?
Your phone seems to have faded
Okay,
out.
I'll leave it there. Thank you, Mayor Stewart, and thank you, the speaker.
Thank you for
Thank
calling
you
in.
very
That's
much.
Thank you. That's it for questions. We're going to move on to our next speaker. We have Ann Nineber.
Good morning, Region City Councilors. Can you hear me?
We can. You might be fading out a little bit, but we'll try it and see how it's working. Up to 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm Annie Nauber, Executive Director of Multicultural Helping House Society located in Vancouver. Thank you so much that I could speak before you today. For those of you who are not familiar, Multicultural Helping House Society provides key settlement and integration services and programs to newcomers in Vancouver, which includes programs and services for Vancouver youth and seniors. I would like to please request that MHS I would like to please request that MHHS's current status of not recommended as listed in Appendix A2 be reconsidered, please. MHHS is currently providing successful programming to marginalized Filipino youth in Vancouver, as well as seniors in Vancouver that are experiencing social isolation and cultural alienation, challenges that are now further compounded by the current pandemic. This grant from the City of Vancouver would ensure the continuity of the Vancouver Youth and Seniors Program. Our youth program, I would like to point out that our youth program is aligned with city priorities in that it ensures a good start for newcomer youth, in that we help youth overcome language, social, and cultural integration challenges that they're experiencing at a young age, being new to Vancouver. Also, cultivating connections, another city priority, will be fostered through our programs for both Vancouver youth and Vancouver seniors. Under my leadership, Multicultural Helping House Society's operations and programs are abiding to best practices in program delivery, financial monitoring, tracking, and staff management. In closing, I would like to point out that MHHS and the City of Vancouver both share a similar mission, and I would like to see the City of Vancouver and MHHS work together. The City of Vancouver's mission, as you will know, is to create a city of great communities which cares about its people, its environments, and the opportunities to live, work, and prosper. This is directly aligned and is supported by MHHS's mission in that we seek to help newcomers successfully participate in the community and economy. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I don't see any questions for you, so just thank you so much for calling in today. Council, that's it for listed speakers. I just checked with the clerks. Did we have speaker number 2? Oh, I'm just getting a note that we do not have speaker number 2. So, Council, that is it for speakers. Can we have somebody move the motion, the report?
Councillor Boyle. Report. Oh, second.
I think I heard Councillor Boyle, seconded by Councillor Carr, and now we're on the main queue, so we're in the debate portion. If folks want to add themselves to the queue, Councillor Carr.
Point of information or point of personal privilege. I've got to declare a conflict on one of the social grants because my mom sits as a director on PACE and it's under the cultural grants. So I will be declaring a conflict of interest on that one section.
Okay, I believe Councillor Kirby Young has also, so we'll just leave that with the clerks for a second in terms of splitting out the votes, and I'll move to Councillor Carr for.
Yes, thank you. Mayor, I just, number one, want to acknowledge the speakers and thank them for coming and being sympathetic to issues around perhaps lower grants or in amount to previous years or not this year, having received funds in the past. I know it's very difficult. And I also want to acknowledge the very difficult work that our staff has undertaken around this. Given COVID, there has been an incredible increase in the needs of organizations, especially those that are servicing people who are in greater need because of the pandemic. and loss of work, etc. So, and more stresses at home. We're hearing all about that. I can't imagine how difficult it has been for staff to have to look at those applications, increased numbers of applications, and increased requests, and make the hard decisions. I appreciate very much the sharing of information by Speaker 3, Aaron Arnold, in being asked that question, that was communicated to the organization, that it was not a matter that they had done anything wrong or that their work still wasn't incredibly important and needed. It's just the incredible pressure of how many applicants we've had and the increased demand for the support from the city. And unfortunately, we still receive such a small portion of the overall tax share in Canada. About 10% of all taxes come to us come to cities at that municipal level. 90% go to provincial and federal coffers, and it's tough. And I'm really hoping that municipal financial reform happens and that we do get a greater share of the taxes so that we can increase things like these social grants. But again, thank you to the applicants and the speakers and to staff.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, Mayor, I wonder if through you we could ask staff if they could respond to the two speakers about their grants, and is there any possibility that we could increase or provide grants for the two groups that spoke?
Yes. I'll try see if staff have an answer for you at this moment. I might need a little bit more specifics from you, Councillor Swanson, but staff on the line to.
So Mayor Stewart, yeah, it's Paul Mokry here, acting city manager. I guess our strong recommendation, Council, is there's a huge amount of rigor that goes into the assessment of these grant applications, and also a limited envelope of funding. We strongly recommend against council starting to make one-off decisions on the floor based on representations from speakers. Again, acknowledging the great work that organizations do across the city, both those that get funding and those that don't, but also the very difficult task that staff have in applying criteria, as Councillor Carr had indicated, to these grant applications in a disciplined manner. So I think it's potentially quite problematic for us to start kind of commenting on those grant applications in detail in a hearing here. Obviously, Councillor, you're open to ask any questions you like, and we'll do our best to answer them. But as a general principle, again, I think starting to open up these grant assessments in detail on the floor has a lot of potential unanticipated consequences. Again, because Council, you're working with a fixed grant budget, so it may involve ultimately having to reallocate money between grantees in a manner that's different than what's proposed here.
Okay, that's good. Thanks. I appreciate that staff has done a lot of work, and also that there's a lot of need. So yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, Mayor, if I may, if there are questions, I think for grant applicants in terms of the decisions that were made, I think staff, we're certainly happy to follow up with them and at least ensure that there's clarity around how those decisions are made, and that may potentially inform future applications. So that's an offer certainly we can make.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Point of information also through you to staff, if I might.
Sure. Yep.
Thank you. And then just sort of to follow up on that, maybe if you could just characterize a little bit from staff in terms of any volume of increased demand that we saw, and in general, if there was sort of a number of organizations that receive reductions across the board due to increased demand this year. If you can just perhaps provide a bit more color on what the volume of applications and the need look like.
City Manager.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Stewart. We've got Sandra Singh, the General Manager, and Mary Claire Zach are on the call as well, and maybe I'll defer to them to speak to that question.
Okay, great. Thanks very much.
Thanks so much, Paul. It's Sandra Singh, General Manager, Arts, Culture, Community Services. I'll ask Sonia Bianchi, our Senior Planner of Social Grants, to respond to that question. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. We have seen a great increase in the demand for grants and the request for funding this cycle. we had to unfortunately make 19 cuts and notifications. There was a process that we went through to establish which reductions would have the least impact on organizations and allocated funds accordingly. We have provided a synopsis in the report and in the appendices of which specific organizations were a part of those decisions and the criteria and budgetary considerations we took into play when we made those recommendations.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you. Follow up to that. In terms of increased sort of need, could you describe that? Was that in terms of additional programming and services due to the pandemic by existing recipients? Were there new recipients in terms of, the city's goals around dispersion and to a greater variety or more equity in terms of the recipient organizations? Can you speak a bit more about the demand side?
Yeah, absolutely. So we had a request for, the requests exceeded $2 million worth of requests exceeded our budget. So we had $2 million more dollars worth of requests from city organizations that we weren't able to meet. We also made some decisions in order to reallocate funds within to exactly the point that you were making. So to help focus on reconciliation and equity and the priorities that the City Council has put on those two pieces of work. So we not only were overprescribed, we also made some decisions to reallocate funds to put forward those priorities.
Okay, thanks. And then third and final follow-up point of information is just that the complete funding envelope for grants this year was not decreased. Is it correct? It remained the same despite the fact that the city's budget decreased during the pandemic. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
So in speaking to the report, Mayor, I will be supporting this report. It's, I think, the perfect storm of challenge and difficulty when you have a pandemic, and as we indicated, the city having less resources available to support a greater need that is generated with the social impacts from so many folks that were impacted dramatically by COVID-19 and those organizations and nonprofits and entities that are working so diligently to try to support all different facets of our community. So it is a challenge. Nobody wants to see cuts to specific organizations. I think the fact that we got an additional $2 million in requests really signifies the demand and the need that is out there. But I am proud that the City of Vancouver prioritized ensuring that our grants funding remained constant, despite the fact that our overall organizational revenues were down. So not to negate the fact there's untapped need out there, but certainly the city didn't step away from its prior level of support despite challenges of its own. So I appreciate the organizations that came and spoke to the impact in their specific situations, and also really appreciate all the work that everybody has been doing. It's been a lot of heavy lifting in the last year during the pandemic, and so I'm appreciative to our nonprofit and community organizations for that. But I will be supporting the report on balance because of the reasons stated. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wade.
Yeah, I have a question to staff, and that would be what work was done with the province and other orders of government to look at other forms of restart funding to ensure that we could deliver on as many programs as possible, recognizing that a lot of these deal with trying to connect people, youth, Indigenous, and other organizations, and we're currently in a state of a huge deficit in well-being in the city of Vancouver. So I'm just wondering, was there opportunities, or were there some organizations that we were able to maybe not be able to provide funding, but showcase other forms of funding that they could apply for to ensure that we could have these organizations operate in Vancouver?
Hi, it's Mary Claire Zach, Managing Director of Social Policy. As a matter of course, when staff are looking at applications, they often refer people to other pots or sources of funding that are available. We readily send out information to all of our grantees and other potential applicants on what other federal or provincial monies might be available.
And did we see other orders of government reduce the amount of funding available, or was every order of government pretty much kept the status quo even with reduced amount and with COVID funding?
I'm going to ask if any of the staff have anything to comment on. Nothing that I've heard.
It's Sandra Singh, General Manager, Arts, Culture, Community Services here. There are a number of impacts in COVID Certainly, there were announced funding programs such as Reaching Home from the federal government to support communities experiencing or at risk of homelessness. There's other types of funding to support social programs, and of course, the province had increased social supports during this time. At the same time, there have been reports of impacts on fundraising. So nonprofit organizations often rely on funding from multiple levels of government as well as philanthropy. And certainly there have been impacts on philanthropy during COVID, and even previous to COVID, we were starting to see changes in philanthropic giving and reductions.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and hopefully we can find funding moving forward. And I will be supportive, and I know this has been not only difficult on all these organizations who do such amazing work, but as well for staff during this transition. So appreciate it, and we'll be supportive.
Thanks so much. That's it for speakers to this. So I'm going to move to the vote, and we are, I believe, going to sever voting. Perhaps clerks could explain how this will go ahead. Are we just going to do it in one vote, or we're going to have separate bits?
Mayor
Just waiting
Stewart?
for the clerk. Yes, go ahead, clerks.
As you can see, the recommendation A has been split up into A1 and A2 for Councillor Kubi-Young. And I'm still waiting for Councillor Weeb to advise which recommendation it is that he would conflict out on. So based on that, we would vote accordingly.
I will step away from recommendation D.
Okay.
So Mayor Stewart, maybe we can do one vote on everything but A2 and D first.
Okay. A, 2, and D. Okay, let's do that. So we'll have our first vote on, sorry, I'm not looking here. So I've just got the partial recommendation up on the screen. Perhaps clerks could shrink the public screen a little bit so we can maybe get a look at the whole motion.
So Mayor Stewart, the first vote will be on A2.
Okay, first vote on A2. Great. I'm just going to.
Point of privilege, Mayor Stewart.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Dejanova.
Vote assist in favor, please.
Okay, thanks. Okay, and so council, that has passed unanimously.
Mayor Stewart, the next vote will be D.
Okay, so we'll do D next. Councillor
Mayor, can you
Dejanova.
mark me down on as conflict, please?
Yes, we'll do that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. Point of privilege in favor.
Okay, good, thank you. Looking for Councillor Carr.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if you could, sorry, vote assist on personal privilege. I can't seem to get my voting pad to work.
Yep.
Thank you. In favor.
Great. The clerks are just doing that now. So council, that's passed unanimously. And clerks, the next.
Mayor Stewart, unless there's other severing, we would vote on the rest of the recommendations.
Okay, council, so we're going to move to voting on the rest of the remainder of the recommendations. Councillor Dejanova, vote assist.
Sorry, Mayor Stewart.
Yes.
It's Councillor Dejanova. I just wanted, I think I was on mute. In favor, please.
Okay, thanks. I'll get the clerks to mark that. And that's passed unanimously too, council. Thanks so much. So that is, those grants are final. So that's it for the held reports, council. We are at just 11 a.m. We have 3 referral reports that were held, 5, 6, and 7 by Councillor Hardwick. Just checking with the city manager to see if staff are on hand to answer questions about those referrals.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Stewart. We do have the planning team on. I see them on the call. So I think we're in a position to proceed.
Okay, Councillor Hardwick, let's start with report number 5. CD1 rezoning on West 42nd.
Great, thank you very much. So this rezoning is along the Canby corridor, which of course has been the subject of 3 phases of intense public consultation in preparing the plans. This particular application or referral going forward deviates from those plans on a number of different items. It's overall about 10% over plan. So my question to staff is, given given the fact again that there has been significant work undertaken in the Canby Corridor Plan in phases 1, 2, 3, why are we considering bringing forward applications that deviate from that plan?
And I'll turn that over to staff. Just a reminder, the issue at the item at issue here is whether or not to refer this to public hearing.
That's right. I understand.
Yeah, thanks. Staff?
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick, for your question. I am not aware of the deviation that you might be referring to. Would you please be more specific so I could address your concern?
Yeah, we'll start with the fact that it's zoned for 18 stories, nominally 180 feet. This one's proposed at 198 developed height, which is 10% over the plan. Let's start with that.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. This is an 18-story rental tower with a 4-story podium. The height of the building is 185 feet, and the roof parapet does go to 189 feet for a partial
98.
rooftop amenity. Yes, ma'am. And we
so
do believe that substantially conforms with the plan.
I think ma'am actually does fall
Yeah,
into one of those things.
I know we're all learning here, so that's a good call there.
Yes, yes.
Okay, but that is a deviation from the plan by 10%. And I guess the overarching question here is, how is staff approaching projects, bringing them forward that deviate from the plan? And again, we're not talking about small plans here. We're talking about 3 major phases of a major plan. This is something that I'm going to continue bringing up every time we bring something forward that does deviate from the plan. So I'm asking for staff's rationale in referring projects that are not compliant to the plan.
Thank you, Councillor. We are excited about this particular project. We have had some difficulty achieving some below market rental here, and this is a project that allows us to get, I think, 40 units of below market rental. 175 secured rental and 40 below. We do believe that this variation for the rooftop amenity is in line with the plan, and that's why we've moved it forward today.
Okay, so you believe it's compliant, except for it's not compliant, but the justification is that it's providing rental units.
Well, no, actually, the height difference is just for that outdoor rooftop amenity space, and so in the building height and the FSR and the number of stories and the podium are all compliant.
Is this on an arterial?
Again, we're getting into the details of the.
Yeah, no, it's again. So again, it's not compliant with the plan, but I'm hearing what staff is saying, and that is that we'll make changes where desired, especially if it involves rental. But if that's, again, I'll just keep bringing up whenever these things do not comply with the plans and remind staff that there have been countless community efforts put into this. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
I'll move referral if there's no other speakers.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder?
Kirby Young.
Second.
Okay, thanks. I'll try yays and nays first. All in favor, yay.
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 Okay. Opposed, nay.
Nay.
Okay, we'll go to a vote, council. Recorded vote. Check out the clerks. Councillor Dejanova, do you need a vote assist?
Yes, thank you. Hopefully last one in favor, please.
I think I have a couple more. Right, and that has passed with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. We're going to move to referral report number 6, the amendment to the zoning and development bylaws on RM4 and RM3A. Councillor Hardwick, questions on this one?
Yes. Again, what public consultation has been done on this very important uh, uh, referral report? What public consultation has led to this?
Hi, Councillor
Staff?
Hardwick. It's Dan Garrison from Housing Policy and Regulation in the Planning Department. There's been actually significant public consultation done related to this. This idea first came out of actually the Housing Vancouver Affordable Housing Financial and Delivery Strategy, where there was substantial consultation, particularly with the nonprofit sector, moving towards that. That was in 2018. And then recently, over the last number of months, since about last July, we've been consulting significantly with communities. There was a broad public survey with 2,300 responses. 88% of those responses indicated strong support for these changes. There was a neighborhood level consultation, as council has been asking us to do. So we did specific virtual open houses, virtual workshops, in fact, at the neighborhood-based level in all 4 neighborhoods with the zoning districts present, including Grandview Woodland, Kitsilano, Mount Pleasant, and Marpole. And then there were the usual Shape Your City opportunities for input as well.
This has significant impact during a pandemic, and we've received correspondence from, among others, Grandview Woodlands and Kitsilano on this, suggesting that such wide-ranging and profound changes should not be brought forward in a pandemic. What's the rush?
This, from our perspective, is really changing an implementation approach. In the majority of these areas, Grandview Woodland being a good example, the plan would already endorse or support projects coming in that would meet the zoning changes that are being proposed. It would just that they would have to go through a rezoning process to do it. So this is really a change in implementation mechanism. The rush and why we considered, in fact, brought this forward as a quick start action and a COVID recovery action with council was that there is we're at a moment in time with very substantial government funding that's available for affordable housing, and particularly social and nonprofit and co-op housing projects. And so this change in implementation mechanism to create zoning ready projects actually really help with Vancouver-based nonprofits being able to attract and secure that funding.
Some of the existing most affordable rental units are currently located in RM3A and RM4 4N zones. What do you consider the possibility of rapid redevelopment and the risk of eviction to low and medium income renters?
Councillor Hardwick, I'm going to leave that one for if this gets referred to public hearing, because it is debating the substantive, this is just whether or not we should hear it, not to engage in the actual content.
I may come back. Let me think about that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fry. Up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I want to just step back and with appreciation to Mr. Garrison and the team for reporting back with the memorandum and response to a motion this council passed in June, defining social housing consistently and transparently in the city of Vancouver. And I do appreciate the complexities around social housing, and I believe staff also appreciate how the public interprets social housing and how the actual technical definition of social housing really is probably more accurately described as non-market housing rather than, say, social housing, which for many conveys a level of deep affordability, public housing, that kind of thing. So I'm wondering if in this referral report it would be possible to across the board replace the term social housing with non-market housing as a reflection of those concerns.
I think we're right on the edge there, Councillor Fry. With again, this is whether or not to hear it, but and not the substance of the report.
Sure, but recognizing that this request for the definition of social housing was made back in June, and we just got the report after this, and I appreciate that this referral report was written before we received this memo back from staff.
I do think you know perhaps a brief answer from staff, but recognizing the limits of our debate here today.
Yep.
Okay, Dan Garrison again. I'll try to sort of walk that line. It's the definition. I completely appreciate where you're coming from, Councillor Fry, in terms of that definition, and you're right. It is a relatively complex issue. We aren't necessarily attached to the term itself, but we did have to pick some term to define something in the zoning and development bylaw that gets sort of beneficial treatment or bonusing or what have you in the zoning and development bylaw. Social housing was the term we landed on, largely because it's consistent with the DCL bylaw definitions of social housing, which we are required to define by provincial statute for the purposes of exemption from development cost levies. And so there is a complexity to just changing the term that I think from staff's perspective, we would like to be able to think through, perhaps separate from the discussion about whether or not these sort of bonusing or preferential treatment in the zoning bylaw are given to whatever we define that term to be, if that makes sense.
It does. Okay, I'm going to chew on that for a minute. Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I love the idea of automatic density increases for non-market housing, but I'm just hoping that when this does come back, staff can answer Councillor Hardwick's concern about the impact this will have on existing lower rent privately owned apartments.
All issues for the public hearing if we choose to refer it. And again, the public and staff will, we have the full debate then. And this is just whether or not we hear the debate.
Just reiterating that this is important.
Okay. Yep. And it is a question section as well, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Hardwick, question?
Yes, trying to circle back on it. Why are we doing this now instead of referring this into the Vancouver plan, where we could have more meaningful public consultation process?
Dan Garrison, or sorry, Mr. Mayor, or pardon me,
Go ahead,
Mayor Stewart.
Yes, go ahead. Yes. Thanks for adjusting.
Trying, yeah. Our main rationale for bringing it forward, I think I described earlier around the timing related to the funding programs, and it being important to get as many projects and sites in Vancouver into a funding ready position as possible. It's something we've heard a lot of support from the nonprofit sector on. But in addition to that, I would just add that in the majority of locations where we're talking about here, these are already apartment zoning districts, and these are already zoning districts where we would consider through rezoning the kinds of heights and densities that are being contemplated in the proposed zoning, and that's why we think with the significant consultation we've done on these specific changes over the last sort of 8 or 10 months, that this is ready to be brought forward today.
Councillor Hardwick?
Sounds like it's a done deal. That's it.
Again, this is a question section, and I've noticed a number of councillors making comments on the way through. If you could just save that for the debate and decision period, that would be great. I'm going to ask for somebody to move the report, please.
So moved.
Thank you. I think Councillor Dejanova, and now we're on the main queue. So anybody wish to speak to this? Okay, thanks. We'll call a vote. I'm just going to go right to the manual voting, council. So if you'll cast your vote.
Point of privilege in favor of Mayor Stewart.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Fry, Swanson, and Weeb. Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Wiebe.
Can I get a vote assist to abstain? Thank you.
Abstain. Okay. And that has passed with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. And Councillor Hardwick will move to the next referral report, which is that you've held, which is number 7, rezoning on West 28th Avenue.
Again, this is another similar project. It's zoned for a height of 6 stories, nominally 60 feet, but it's proposed at a developed height of 79 feet, which is 1/3 over height, slightly over density. So my question back to staff is, why is this proceeding referral to public hearing when it is non-compliant with the plan?
Anyone on staff want to give that a shot?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is Teresa O'Donnell. Similar to the last case, Councillor Hardwick, the building, this is a 6-story strata building. The building height is 69 feet. The additional 10 feet only allows the roof parapet for the community amenity space at the top of the building. The density allowed in this under the plan is 2.5. The density requested here is 2.54, so a 0.04 difference, which equals about 433 square feet. Staff believes this application is substantially compliant with the plan and believe it is ready to move forward for referral.
Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you, that's fine.
Thanks. Okay, so we're going to move to, we need a mover and a seconder on this one.
Kirby
So
Young.
moved.
Councillor Kirby Young. I heard Councillor Wiebe as a seconder. Thank you. And we'll go to the vote. Sorry, sorry, I forgot to call for debate. I don't see anybody on the list for debate, so we'll move to the vote. Councillor Deschanova, need a vote assist?
Yes, I'm just pulling my panel up now, but in favor. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And we have, that has passed with none in opposition. Okay, thanks, Council. So that brings us to the end of the referral reports. And now we're on to the bylaws. So we have 9 bylaws on the agenda. Council members who were not present for the meetings related to public hearing enactment bylaws must confirm they have reviewed the proceedings of the meetings if they wish to vote on the enactment. Bylaw 1 is from the public hearing of July 18th, and the decision was made at a reconvened council on July 24th, 2018, and will require most of council to review. So I'm going to, when I call your name, please advise if you have reviewed the proceedings and if you will be voting. Councillor Bly is absent. Councillor Boyle?
I have and I will.
Councillor Dominato?
No, I have not.
Councillor Fry?
I have and I will.
Councillor Hardwick?
No and no.
Councillor Kirby Young?
I have not.
Councillor Swanson? Councillor Swanson?
No, I haven't reviewed it.
Councillor Wiebe?
I have and I will.
And I have and I will. So,
Point of privilege?
yes, Councillor Carr?
Yeah, I don't think you asked for me, and on bylaw 1, I did not a review, and I will not be voting.
It does say that you, I just in my script, it says you were present during the 2018 hearings. This is 2018.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I totally didn't call your name.
I'm apologies. Yeah, called
Okay,
it.
that's okay. There's a lot of stuff flying at us today. And Councillor Dejanova also is in that category. Okay, so I'm going to move to bylaw number 2. That's a public hearing of January 21st, 28th, 2020. Councillor Wiebe, you are absent. Have you reviewed and will you be voting?
I have and I will.
Thanks. Does any member wish to hold any of these bylaws for debate, separate vote, or conflict of interest? I don't hear anyone.
I do.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
sorry.
Sorry. Councillor Carr, I have you on the list first. Sorry, I forgot to.
Yes,
Did
thank
you want
you.
to hold any, or are you good?
I do. I'd like to hold bylaw 6.
Okay, bylaw 6. And Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I just want to hold number 2. I don't have to talk about it, just vote against it.
Councillor Carr, did you want to?
I want to talk to it. Yes, I'm
Okay.
going to propose a referral.
Okay, so we have bylaw number 6, which is right. It's the Nora Hendricks way. So what we have to do on that one, clerks, we have to move and second it and then go into debate. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor Stewart.
Okay, so can we have a mover for bylaw 6?
I'll move it in order to be able to refer it. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Second.
And do it second.
Councillor
Sorry,
Kirby-Yung.
Councillor Kirby-Yung. Thanks very much, Councillor Kirby-Yung. So I'll put us on the main queue. Councillor Carr, you have moved this, so you can go first. Up to 5 minutes for debate and decision.
Great. Thank you very much. And Council, we have received, I did forward an amendment, and so although I moved the motion, I moved it in order to be able to debate it and to be able to table a referral motion. I did circulate information about that, but just to give you background, there's been a great deal of discussion about this, that the city acting city manager did send us some correspondence on this, and that was also I recirculated that to you if you are looking for it this morning. But the gist of it is this. The naming of this street was suggested by the Civic Asset Naming Committee, who are volunteers within the city, and the mandate is to advise us on the naming of city-owned assets. It operates independently of other departments. And in the case of this particular naming, the city staff working with the Hogan's Alley Society were not aware of the work being undertaken by the Civic Asset Naming Committee. Conversely, the committee was not aware of staff's work. So when deliberating on the naming, that there was not the correspondence either from the Hogan's Alley Society. I can say that as one of the 2 councillor liaisons, along with Councillor DeGenova, to the Civic Asset Naming Committee, that committee does do due diligence, and the name Nora Hendricks was on the reserve list for the area. There had been a lot of discussion about the potential and the possibility of finding one of the original members of the Black Nurses Union that did exist many decades ago, but committee members, even though they did due diligence in searching, couldn't find a name, and so did land on the reserve list name of Nora Hendricks. But that there was concern raised after we voted on this council by the Hogan's Alley Society, and they have offered to perhaps contact other members within who are descendants within Hogan's Alley or in the Black community. They may be able to find one of the names that the civic asset naming couldn't, and so I think it's worthwhile that being pursued, and thus my amendment to refer this particular name back to staff for further public consultation. And the referral motion is actually in your inboxes. So I did send it.
It's
It should
also on
be
the
up.
public screen.
It's on the public screen already.
Councillor
Great.
DeGenova.
Okay, great. So we have a seconder. I'll put us on an amendment queue. Does anybody wish to speak to this referral?
Mayor, Councillor Kirby-Yung, I'd like to. I'm having trouble getting on the queue.
Okay, sure. Councillor Kirby-Yung, please go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. I wonder if I could ask a point of information of the mover through you, if that's
Sure.
possible. Thanks. Councillor Carr, I've heard diverse feedback in the community with respect to support or not support of this, and I'm wondering if you could share any feedback that may have come back through the Civic Asset Naming Committee in your role. Is there any awareness that potentially not naming the street in St. Paul's could result in a number of years or a significant delay in finding a suitable asset, given that the viaducts, there's no immediate plan to take them down, and there's quite a long reserve list in the city. And there's obviously a particular desire, I understand, from the community to have something located close to and appropriately sited near Hogan's Alley. So I'm just, I guess the crux of my question is, is the committee aware that sort of potentially not moving forward with this choice could result in a delay?
In a delay in the use of the name, Councillor?
In that, well, if there was a determination not to proceed, for example, with the naming of the site, the street on the St. Paul site, that it could be years before another suitable asset might be available.
Right. To apply the name Nora Hendricks, I understand. So that is a possibility, but I do believe that in the referral back for more public consideration and consultation on this, that very question will be raised. I'm aware that the Hogan's Alley Society has named a temporary modular housing building by that name, and would hope to name a permanent affordable housing or supportive housing building by that, and that could take years. You're absolutely right, but I would trust that that society, other members of the community that staff would confer with, would debate and look at that potential in terms of naming, and so I think that is a discussion that is rightly to be held by the members of that community and others that staff do reach out to, in coordination, obviously, with staff ourselves themselves. But the other point I just wanted to, and I did mention to you, was that there had been interest at the committee level of because this is a hospital site that is being developed, and there was a great deal of excitement about the idea of finding a member of the and because it's close to Hogan's Alley, the original Hogan's Alley, so the excitement about the possibility of finding the name of of one of the original Black nurses that served within the healthcare system in Vancouver, and that wasn't possible. And this might give room for that to take place. So I'm going to trust that process to come up with the appropriate name, and it may end up being the same name as we've got here, but I think that process is one that is good to pursue.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you, a question to the mover of the referral is just through further community engagement, and I appreciate the reason this is coming forward. Will there also be a circling back with the Hendricks family? Because I believe they were quite excited about the naming and had communicated that via our city manager, and just how the family will be engaged, or will that be part of that?
Councillor Dominato, I think that would be an appropriate point of information to ask of staff. It is, in fact,
I'll make that a point of
question that I
information.
have.
Then.
Yes.
Yeah. So through you, Mayor, to the city manager.
Yeah, city manager. Well,
Thanks,
the
Mayor. So,
yep, go ahead.
Yes, so we would reach out to the individuals from the Nora Hendricks family and let them know kind of obviously that if this passes this development, and they would be part of the consultation that would be taking place from here on out.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Okay,
thank you.
Thanks. I don't see anybody else on the queue, so we can call a vote on this referral amendment. Councillor Dejanova, do you need assistance?
I'm online, Mr.
Oh, okay.
Mayor. Yes, I do.
Okay.
It's frozen on me. Thank you.
In favor?
Yes.
Great. Have the clerks mark that. Okay, thanks. That has passed unanimously, that referral. We do have the, sorry, Councillor Swanson, I forgot to mark it. You held bylaw number
2.
Bylaw number 2. Okay, so can we have a mover for bylaw number 2?
So moved, Councillor Dejanova.
Thank you. Seconder?
Second, Dominato.
Okay, thanks. So we are now in a debate queue. I see Councillor Carr on the list. Councillor Carr, did you want to speak to this?
No, that was a holdover.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Kirby-Young, you wanted to speak to this held bylaw number 2?
No, that must be a holdover, Mayor.
Okay, thanks. Great. I don't see anybody else on the queue. Then we'll call a vote on bylaw. Just get the clerks to reset. There we go. Okay. Councillor Dejanova?
I'm trying here, Mr. Mayor. Yes, in favor, please.
Mark, Councillor Dejanova in favor, please. Councillor Swanson. Okay, that does pass with Councillor Hardwick and Councillor Swanson in opposition. We are at 11:27, Council, and so we are at the end of the bylaws. We are
Mayor
now
Stewart?
moving. Yes, clerks.
We still need to vote on the rest of the bylaws.
You're right. We can do them all at once. So so we need a move on the. Let's see. Just looking at the script here. Right. So we just do yays and nays then. So all in favor of passing the bylaws, say yay.
Yay.
Opposed, say nay. Great. So that has passed unanimously. Thanks very much. The list of approved bylaws can be found on the city's website. And now we're moving to administrative motions, Council. 2 administrative motions on the agenda. Approval of form of development on 3435 East Hastings Street. Does any council member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this motion? I don't hear any. Any questions to staff? I don't see anybody on the list. Someone like to move this motion?
So moved. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you.
Councillor Dejanova.
Thank you, Councillor Dejanova. Any discussion? I don't see anybody on the list. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed, nay.
Nay.
We have 1 nay.
Swanson. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll go to recorded vote. If anybody needs to, clerks, we need to, do we need to reset that? Yeah, we have to reset it. Okay, please vote again. We had a. Councillor Dejanova?
I think I can do it this time, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, there you go. Councillor Fry. There we go. That passes with Councillor Swanson and Councillor Hardwick in opposition. We have administrative motion 2, which is the approval of form of development on 4495 Camosun Street. Any member wish to declare a conflict of interest? I don't hear anyone. Questions to staff? Can we have a mover?
So moved. Councillor Dominato.
A seconder?
Councillor Dejanova.
Thank you, Councillor Dejanova. I've got a main queue up for discussion. Don't see any for discussion. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed, nay. I hear no nays, so that motion carries unanimously. Okay, Council, we're at 11:29, and we have 6 council member motions on the agenda today. So just a reminder that council members have 2 minutes to introduce motions, and then 1 minute each. Councilors have 1 minute each to ask clarifying questions. But first motion is request for leave of absence for Councilor Kirby Young on civic business for meetings on September 29th, November 17th, and December 5th all this year from 3:30 to 5:30. Thank you, Councilor Dejanova. Seconder?
Second.
Okay, thanks very much. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Great, that passed. Thanks very much. Okay, motion number 2 is implementing the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People in the City of Vancouver, and this motion is moved by Councillor Boyle. And Councillor Boyle, you have up to 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Vancouver has done important work on reconciliation in the past decades, and now as both the provincial and federal government look at meaningfully implementing UNDRIP, the city can deepen our reconciliation work by collaborating with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations and urban Indigenous leaders to build an action plan on implementing UNDRIP within municipal jurisdiction. The task force approach outlined in the motion mirrors the approach taken provincially in the development of RIPA. It was developed in collaboration with local Indigenous leaders based on the model of past Type D committee motions and has the support of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. And this is just the first next step. The most important engagement will happen by and through the work of this task force and the important work of breathing life into the action plan that is created will be the work of this council and future councils. So I hope that council will hear the voices that have signed up to speak to this motion, some very incredible leaders, and that we can support this work unanimously and see strong support in moving it forward.
Second, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Okay, we actually not quite there yet. We do have a number of questions. So Councillor Carr, you have up to a minute.
Thank you. Councillor, you did mention that has the support of the 3 host nations. I wonder if you could tell me if there is the support of the Urban Indigenous Peoples Advisory Committee of the city?
Yes, the Urban Indigenous Peoples Advisory Committee, which Councillor Carr and I are liaisons to, actually first called for the implementation of UNDRIP back in 2013. So as we will hear from a member of the committee, when we hear from speakers, there's a lot of enthusiasm for seeing this work move forward in a tangible and meaningful way. And so thank you for that question, Councillor Carr.
Great, thanks.
20. Okay, Councillor Dominato, up to a minute.
Thanks, Mayor. In light of the provincial work around UNDRIP and DRIPA, what kind of conversations have you had with provincial officials, given that municipalities are basically a creature of the province and subject to those charters? So if you could speak to that, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, thanks. It's a great question. And there's a lot of alignment. So I've had informal conversations with a number of folks at the province about this work coming forward, including the Minister of Municipal Affairs and the Minister for Indigenous Rights and Reconciliation. I know it's on the radar of both of those ministries, and in a provincial Indigenous Relations Committee at Metro, we heard very clearly that the province understands the need for supporting local governments in doing this work, as well as you described in that relationship, and that will be part of the provincial action plan. But in the meantime, what I've heard is support for the City of Vancouver, given our significant work on reconciliation and given the strong relationships that we have with the host nations, support for us starting this work and that informing the work that the province can do with other local governments and moving this forward as well.
Thanks. That's it for questions. So
Second, Councillor Kirby-Young.
okay, so we've moved and seconded. I heard Councillor Kirby-Young second. So we do have speakers for this. So thank you, Councillor Dejanova, seconder.
Second.
Well,
I think I heard Councillor Weeb second. So all in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Great. So this motion's referred to tomorrow.
Mayor, can I just ask a point of procedure?
Yes.
Can you just remind me, is it still our practice that we are referring to hear from speakers starting at 3 o'clock, or are we just referring to hear from speakers whenever we finish the rest of the committee business ahead of this for tomorrow?
Right. Good question. Just I'll ask the clerks to help clarify, but I believe we do not have set times at this point.
Mayor Stewart, that is correct. We will get to
right.
the speakers once we complete the standing committee agenda.
And these are moved. They are presented in order as they appear here. So that's so this would be the first item whenever we get to this segment of the standing committee tomorrow.
Okay, great. I appreciate that clarification. Thanks.
No problem. Second, motion 3 is the solidarity with Indian farmers. And Councillor Swanson, you have up to 2 minutes to introduce this.
Yeah,
Please go
thank
ahead.
you. So there's lots of Vancouver residents with ties to India who have asked me to bring this motion forward to show solidarity with millions of Indians farmers. The Indian government is withdrawing supports for farmers that provide minimum prices for certain farm products, and the farmers weren't consulted on this. They're afraid that if these measures are implemented, they won't be able to provide a livelihood and support their families. So millions of farmers in India have been peacefully demonstrating. Some say it's the largest demonstration ever in the world. and they've been met with tear gas and water cannons. Um, Prime Minister Trudeau and Premier Horgan have spoken up on this issue. New West City Council recently passed a similar resolution to it. The Culture de One Society helped me write the resolution and they support it. And so I'm hoping all of you guys will too.
Thank you. We have a question from Councillor Fry. Up to a minute, Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Swanson. I've been looking for examples of the Premier or the Prime Minister speaking out against these legislative changes. All I can find is reference to them speaking out in favor of peaceful protest and resolving the differences, but I can't find any reference to the specific legislative changes they're speaking against. Can you point me in that direction?
What I've found is is like you speaking in favor of peaceful protest and negotiations.
So you would be okay reflecting that in the final motion, which it doesn't right now. It refers to legislative changes.
Well, the motion that the people that I've talked to want is one that refers to the changes.
Right, but that's not accurate insofar as what the Premier or Prime Minister have said.
The Premier, I don't think the motion refers to the Premier, does it?
And we're at the minute. So it sounds like a something to debate tomorrow. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to a minute.
Yeah, thanks. I have two questions. I'll be quick. I'm just wondering if you're planning on continuing to bring forward motions on foreign policy to our municipal council. Councillor Swanson?
I can barely hear you.
I said I'm wondering
Sorry.
if you're planning to continue bringing forward motions on foreign policy to our municipal council.
If our residents ask me to, I may very well do that, yes.
Okay, I'm just acknowledging that we have a great deal of priorities right here in our own backyard. Can you follow up on Councillor Fry's question also with the time I have as to clarifying what the province and the Prime Feds have actually said, if they've actually spoke out against the changes? I haven't seen that either.
I'm checking with the motion. I'm just trying to
Point
find
number
the
9.
motion here.
It's point number 9 in your motion.
Can you read it to me?
The BC provincial government has joined in speaking out against these legislative changes.
Okay, I'll see if I can find that.
Okay, we're at the minute, or just 3 seconds. Councillor Dejanova, up to a minute.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just following up on another answer of, or through you, Mayor Stewart, following up on Councillor Kirby-Young's question, Councillor Swanson, I'm just wondering, you said that if the residents ask you to bring forward motions, you will do so. How do you prioritize which motions to bring forward? Is it just any request you receive?
Actually, it's requests that I think are good and requests that support people in equity seeking groups, and supports that show where we can show solidarity with people who are struggling for their rights.
Thank you very much.
And that's it. Councillor Swanson for questions. Do we have a seconder for this one?
Boyle.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Oh yeah, Councillor Boyle seconded it. So we do have requests to speak to this. So can we refer this to tomorrow?
Move referral.
So moved.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato, I think I heard as a seconder. Okay, thanks. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed nay. Great. Okay, thanks. So the next one, motion 4 is understanding COVID-19 recovery through economic and cultural stimulus projects. That's Councillor Kirby-Young. So you're up for 2 minutes, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you, Mayor. This motion, and I'll be brief, follows up to the discussion we had last council cycle. Council will recall with respect to the mayor's motion, which was titled similarly, but addressed specifically housing. And in terms of better understanding what housing projects were potentially being proposed that may not fit within policy or may potentially be economic stimulus projects. And in the course of that discussion, it became quite clear to me that we would benefit equally from understanding what commercial and new cultural or cultural revitalization projects were potentially on the horizon that could support those sectors of our economy and our economic rebound after COVID. So it is modeled previously on the mayor's motion, and at that time, it was determined rather than it be amendment, that it would be best to bring it forward as a separate motion, and that is what council has on the floor in front of them today.
Great, thank you. Councillor Fry has a question for you. Up to a minute, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. Just reading through the staff comments and concerns, the direction of motion could create confusion in the city's engagement with stakeholders. Can you elaborate on that if you're able?
Yeah, I think that feedback mirrors exactly the feedback that was provided for the mayor's motion, which council went ahead and unanimously supported. And I think it was with respect to some discomfort with a new process, perhaps, or with, council looking at projects that were not fully articulated because they were at the kind of early concept stage and proposal. But I think that's really where that stemmed from.
And to be clear, though, your proposal contemplates this really being an in-camera kind of thing, not engaging with stakeholders per se.
Yeah, so that's a great question, Councillor Fry, and you will note that one difference here compared to the mayor's original motion, which was amended during our discussion, was the addition of B to the motion that references that some of this information may be confidential and proprietary and may be likely to be provided in camera. So some information that may be reported out may be done either with some redacted or in aggregate for that reason.
There we go. That's the minute. Thanks. We have speakers to this. So first we need a seconder though. Do we have a seconder?
Second, Councillor Dominato.
Okay, I actually heard Councillor Hardwick first. And we have requests to speak. So someone would like to move this?
So moved.
For referral? Thank you. Councillor Dejanova, seconded by Councillor Fry. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Great, thanks so much. We have motion number 5 next, UBCM motion local choice, tools to improve representation in local government, moved by Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Mayor. This is a UBCM resolution based on a vote that council made 2 meeting cycles ago to advocate to the province for increased local choice, to allow local governments to make changes that increase inclusion and diversity in their local elections based on their own unique local needs. As the motion states, there's no one-size-fits-all solution for local elections. Each municipality in BC has unique challenges, history, size, demographics, and local councils are best positioned to tailor their local election system and rules to respond to those local issues and needs. And by providing tools and options, the province would be opening the door to positive change and modernization in this regard. And I will just add is that the timeline is tight for submitting motions to LMLGA and then UBCM. And so as council's already heard speakers and debated the content of this motion, and it needs to, we don't have meetings next week because of spring break and there's just some timeline pressures. So I'm hoping that council will agree to deliberate and vote on this motion today.
We do have
Mayor,
speakers.
I'd like to second this.
Okay, we have a seconder for this, but sorry, there are no. Wait, 1 second. There are no questions. So yeah, so we have it seconded, and we can move to. We do have requests to speak though to this motion, so we can refer. This
Mayor,
can be referred.
I'd be prepared to move a motion not to hear speakers, given that this is substantially a motion that we've already approved at council in the previous motion, and this is just a housekeeping piece to get this onto the LMLGA agenda before deadline, and recognizing we do have a lot on the docket. I'd be prepared to move a motion to not hear speakers.
Okay.
Proceed straight to a vote.
Okay, so we have a seconder for, so just 1 second. So clerks, this would, we need to have a written motion not to hear from speakers, or is verbal enough?
Mayor Stewart, a verbal is enough. It's only when you're referring to hear from speakers that you would ask them to submit that. That's in your script.
Okay, so I'm going to, but this is debatable though. I'm going to take it as debatable. So we have a motion from Councillor Fry not to hear from speakers and go directly to debate. Do we have a seconder? I don't know if I heard somebody.
Second, Councillor Carr.
Councillor Carr, thanks.
Point of privilege, Mayor Stewart?
Yes, Councillor
I just got I just got word from Councillor Hardwick that she's having some technical difficulties. So I just wanted to advise you of that because we may need to wait for her to be back online to vote. Just needed to share that.
In this process, it's only during the voting process that we do stop. So I'm going to continue hearing from Councillor Dominato. You have, so we're debating whether or not to hear this now, debate this now, or to refer it till tomorrow.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you, a point of information, just to confirm with the clerks that we have one speaker signed up. Has that changed since the distribution list this morning?
Clerks?
Mayor Stewart, we still have one speaker signed up, but it's really up to council whether you want to hear from speakers or not.
Yeah. Councillor
Thank you.
Dominato?
Thanks.
That's it? Okay. So I don't see anybody else on the list. So we'll vote on whether or not to hear this from speakers. All in favor of not hearing from speakers, say yay.
Mayor Stewart, if
Okay.
you're voting on this, Councillor Hardwick is not. Oh, I see her now. Councillor Hardwick, are you online now?
Does seem yes. I was just going to do yays and nays. So all in favor of not hearing from speakers, yay.
Yay.
Opposed?
Abstention.
No. Once we move to something other than yays or nays, we are into a formal voting process. So we're going to move into the formal voting process. So that you're voting not to hear from speakers. If you vote in favor if you do not want to hear from speakers. Looking for Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Hardwick, we're just waiting for your vote on whether or not to hear from speakers. You can always give me a verbal vote assist if you need be. You're on mute, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Hardwick, you're still on mute.
I'm trying.
There you go.
I'm trying.
There you go. Okay, we can hear you now. A vote assist on this one is to not hear from speakers would be in favor. To hear from speakers would be against.
And my point of personal privilege that I was trying to get across, Mayor, was that I missed all that because my computer
You could abstain
crashed.
then. You could abstain.
Okay, I'd like to abstain then.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. Okay, Council, so that has passed. So we will not be hearing from speakers and we'll be debating this now. So we have the motion moved and now we need speakers for debate and debate on the UBCM resolution local tools to enhance representation. Councillor Swanson, you have up to 5 minutes for this debate.
Yeah, I just sent an amendment.
Got an amendment. Okay. And I'll ask the clerks to pull that amendment up whenever they council. We're at 11 minutes to noon with a break at noon. So try to get through this item and then we do come back between 3 and 5.
So before it comes up, I support the motion.
What? Yeah. Okay. Just 1 second. I'm just if you could just let me see the motion first before we start debating it, and I will stop your clock here. I just haven't seen the text of the motion, Councillor. Okay, Councillor. The motion ahead of us, the Councillor Boyle's motion is to just send a resolution to the UBCM. Yours is a massive change to our local electoral system. And so I'm going to rule this one out of order. I think this would be better to come forward as a separate motion. It just is it's quite out of scope of what's being proposed here. So you still have the floor, though, if you want to go ahead.
Yeah, I totally support. I support the motion, but I think it's bad that we're going to be finishing out a whole term of this council without making any changes whatsoever to our electoral system. And we have right now a large system, which is basically the worst possible system. It would be great if we could at least get a ward system in for a few years before the province gives us whatever they might deign to give us in terms of pro rep. So that's why I wanted to get in another plug for a ward system, even though I figured it would probably be ruled out of order. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. Up to 5.
It won't take 5, Mayor. I just appreciate this being brought forward as a specific LMLGA motion and moving this through the queue so we can actually get it on the docket at LMLGA. This is something that we did approve and vote on at the time that I presented a larger omnibus motion on electoral reform. And this was in there and we've already discussed it, so I'm hoping we can just move right along.
Thanks, Councillor Dejanova. Up to 5.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. I was actually going to ask a question on something you had suggested, if I may, a point of information to you regarding your response to Councillor Swanson. I understand that you had ruled an amendment out of order, but I also understand that staff right now are currently undertaking work as a direction of council after Councillor Fry's motion and an amended motion. So would a motion that before that information comes back to us be allowed? Or would that be out of order as well because we've already directed staff to go and do something?
My understanding is staff were not directed to just in terms of procedure. This is council sending this to the UBCM for consideration, which is beyond what we've done in the past.
No, I do understand that. I just also understand your response to Councillor Swanson was to bring something as a separate motion. So I just, in the interest of time,
I won't comment on any of that unless there's a motion that comes forward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Carr?
Thanks, Mayor. I just had to comment on the point raised by Councillor Swanson. The at-large system is not the worst system. Democratically, the single-member riding with first past the post voting is the worst in terms of representation. Proportional representation and the number of votes counting towards getting towards proportional representation. Just to clarify, but I do support us moving forward with this. Thank you.
Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'll just close to say I appreciate council dealing with this in a timely manner, considering the deadlines for resolution submission, and want to just echo some of the comments that we heard when this issue came up related to Councillor Fry's motion a couple of meeting cycles ago, to remind council that the province of Ontario had local choice legislation for a while, at least under the then provincial Liberal government, and it allowed a handful of municipalities, it allowed all municipalities the option to make changes to their systems. A couple of local governments made those changes and began to explore what ranked ballots in particular would look like, particularly in terms of improving representation and diversity on those councils, and saw positive outcomes in terms of improved representation in their elections. That local choice legislation has since been removed by the Ford government, and we've seen quite an uprising of support from local government leaders across the province in defense of having those tools, even from places where they hadn't yet acted on them, that the move to modernize elections in that way and provide local governments with more choice was seen across a broad political spectrum and across geographic regions in the province of Ontario as a positive step forward. in improving representation. So I think this is an important and timely conversation for us to be having across BC. I appreciate that we had it related to Councillor Farr's motion a couple meeting cycles ago, and look forward to the broader conversation across the province in BC through the mechanisms that exist.
Thank you, Councillor Dejanova. You got just under 4 minutes.
Thanks very much. And I just want to start by apologizing to Councillor Boyle. I wasn't going to go on the queue, but I did want to state that I would be voting in opposition. I want to state why specifically. That I am looking forward to seeing the results and the research and the information that we will be getting back because of the amended version of Councillor Fry's motion that was sent off to staff. I understand that this is something that would go to LMLGA, but at the same time, we may see information that comes back from our staff, and we may actually move forward in a different way. And for that reason, I just don't think it's the right time. I'm not saying that I wouldn't support this had that information already come back, but I want to be very clear that this is about process, and that's the reason that I'm not able to support this going to LMLGA, because it would be sending something that clearly at LMLGA will be noted as a motion from the City of Vancouver. And if we decide on something else later on, I think that it could be confusing if in the next time that LMLGA meets to vote on resolutions, that there's something completely different coming forward from the City of Vancouver. So I appreciate the work Councillor Boyle's put into this, but it's for that reason that I won't be able to support it. It's more of a process reason. Thank you.
Thanks. We do have 3 minutes left before noon. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I wonder if I could ask a point of information of the mover through you,
Sure.
Mayor. Yeah, thanks. Councillor Boyle, do you see the potential adoption of local choice as being one opportunity to implement a ward system in Vancouver?
That certainly isn't the specific direction. I think we need a much larger conversation. As both Councillor Swanson and Carr spoke to, there are a lot of details to look into in terms of the weeds of systems, and I don't think we need to go there now. I think that's the work ahead to determine if the goal is increased representation in different settings and different regions. What tools would get us there? So really, sincerely, not presupposing where that conversation goes.
And by way of a quick follow-up, if I could,
Sure.
if it were to pass, with this resolution, what's the voting system that you favor?
I actually, despite having a nerdy husband who talks about these things all the time, don't have a favorite personal system. My hope is improved representation.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. I don't see anybody else on the list, so we'll call the vote on this. The clerks, there we go. Councillor Dominato, Councillor Carr. Okay, that passes with Councillors Kirby-Young, Dominato, Hardwick, and Dejanova in opposition. Okay, thanks, Council. We're at 11:59, so we're going to break now for lunch, and we'll be coming back at 3 o'clock to finish the business, which is discussing motion 6, don't feed the wildlife, as well as the new business inquiries and other matters and notice of members' motions. Thanks so much, Council, and we'll see you in camera at 1.
Great.
Thanks, staff.
Yeah, thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
You can go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thanks so much. Okay, Council, we're going to reconvene now, and from my memory, we are on motion 6, which is Councillor Fry introducing the Don't Feed the Wildlife. Just before I let you go there, Councillor Fry, I just have to get my panel up and running here. Oops, give me 1 second. Can't. There we go. Oh, sorry. Just 1 second, Councillor Fry. Okay, it's just coming up now. Okay, so Councillor Fry, please go ahead up to 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thanks, Mayor. And apologies, the original title of this motion was "Please Don't Feed the Animals," but in my delivery, I lost the "please," and I apologize for that because it was a much nicer approach. The gist of this is that currently the City of Vancouver, we have no bylaw to prohibit the feeding of animals, wild animals, in the City of Vancouver, and we see this with variously jurisdictions. Through the Park Board has a bylaw to prohibit the littering of food that would attract wild animals. The BC Wildlife Act has has laws against feeding of dangerous wild animals, which are identified as wolves, bears, cougars, and coyotes. And of course, the Federal Fisheries Act prevents the feeding of marine mammals like harbor seals. But for everything else, and including raccoons, skunks, pigeons, gulls, there is no bylaw. The City of Victoria has recently enacted a bylaw to prohibit the feeding of rabbits and deers and the like in the city limits, including crows and gulls. The City of Edmonton has also just very recently introduced bylaws to prohibit the same. We know that through the feeding of even innocent animals, we tend to create attractants for opportunistic feeders. We also, this creates a significant public health risk. So in my neighborhood, we have a lot of indiscriminate feeding of seagulls. Seagulls' feces has been known to carry antibiotic resistant bacteria and create a significant health issue in a number of jurisdictions. Similarly, geese, the feeding of Canada geese has rendered parks completely unusable. I was tempted to use my time to actually play the message from Mo Amir and his Van Color moment, which really nailed a lot of the challenges when we get into feeding a wildlife in the urban environment. We're entirely changing the ecosystem. Am I out of time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks. You do have questions, so Councillor Dominato, up to a minute.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Councillor Fry, for the motion. I'm just curious if such a proposed bylaw would extend to households where people have bird feeders, whether it be hummingbirds or their chickadees, things like that, because that's come up as a question with respect to the motion.
Yeah, thanks. So it does actually specifically contemplate exemptions for hummingbird feeders and songbird feeders. And I will add that a lot of this, the recommended bylaw language, the suggestions there were courtesy of the BC SPCA, who have been promoting this as an effort to educate the public and really prevent some of the bad outcomes for wild animals.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thanks. Councillor Fry, I'm wondering why you didn't pursue the suggestion from staff to pursue working with the province instead to broaden their ability to enforce the Wildlife Act.
I think that's first and foremost, I don't think that would address a lot of the sort of nuisance stuff that we hear from like the downtown Vancouver BIA around pigeons and people feeding pigeons in public plazas. And it would just be, I think, essentially downloading a responsibility. And again, the Wildlife Act really covers dangerous animals. It doesn't deal with things like raccoons.
Well, I think that was the question around broadening it, right? For that reason, I guess my second question is wondering why you're not suggesting pursuing Part A of the motion, also based on staff feedback, to confirm what legal authority the city has within the Vancouver Charter or the Community Charter first, before asking for both that as well as preparation of bylaws at this stage.
That is the direction in the section A.
Yes, I understand that, but you're also asking that bylaws be considered in the subsequent resolutions. So I'm wondering why not just proceed with A first.
Just at the minute. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I'm not saying I disagree with or that I agree with the implications of this question because I have a hummingbird feeder, but why are they excluded from your motion?
It was the recommendation of the BC SPCA. I think there is some legitimate benefits for songbird populations to feed them over wintering months. And so they try and strike a balance around where there's legitimate helping of wild animals versus the majority of feeding cases which are not helping wild animals at all.
What about those kind of bird feeders that are designed to prevent spillage so that they are just designed for the birds and not for rats who get the seeds that fall down, or for chipmunks?
That's
Would they be
articulated.
okay?
Yep, that's articulated in the suggestion.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, great. Thanks. That's it for questions. We need a seconder then.
Second, Councillor Carr.
Councillor Carr, thank you. And we have speakers to this, so need somebody to refer it.
Move referral.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova, seconder.
Second.
Councillor Weeb, thank you. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed,
Yay.
nay. Okay, great. So that's moved to tomorrow. Next, we have notice of council members' motions. If you just want to put yourself on the queue, Councillor Swanson.
Yes, I have increasing public access to information about Falls Creek South.
Okay, thank you. And just make sure, everybody, that you send your text into the clerk. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I have two. The first one titled Opening Up Enabling Readiness for Post-Pandemic Arts, Events, Hospitality, and Tourism. And the second motion entitled Turning Construction Hoarding into a Canvas for Public Art in Vancouver.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. I have one motion on notice that plan to significantly reduce the city's permitting backlog.
Okay. Councillor Dejanova.
I have one, Mr. Mayor. It's breaking glass ceilings, support for social media platforms and relevant web-based forums to be considered publishers by law.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, I have one brought forward from the Person with Disability Advisory Committee called Accessible Voting Options for Municipal Elections.
Okay. Councillor Kirby-Young.
I have an item of new business if we're moving to that section.
I don't see anybody else on the queue here. So, yep, we've got, first of all, though, we have no request for leave of absence, new business item 1 for Councillor Bly. So leave of absence for Councillor Bly for civic business for meetings from March 9th and 10th and March 11th, 6 to 10
So moved.
p.m. March 12th from 9:50 to 11:30 a.m. So we have a mover, we have a seconder.
Second, Councillor Carr.
All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Okay, thanks. We have a request for leaves of absence of Councillor Boyle, leave of absence for civic business for meetings of March 10th from 9 a.m. to noon. Somebody like to move it?
So moved.
Thank you. Seconder.
Second.
Thanks. All in
Councillor
favor,
Carr.
yay.
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 Okay. Opposed, nay. Great. Thank you. It was Councillor Carr who seconded clerks. Thanks. Okay, so we have new business. Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm hoping to bring a motion forward under new business that I had circulated in advance to Council. And it's titled Opening Up Enabling Readiness for Post-Pandemic Arts, Events, Hospitality, and Tourism. And the reason I'm asking for Council support in considering bringing this as new business today is given the timeliness around the province's recent announcements for BC's expedited vaccination program. And that changes the timelines for anticipation when different restrictions will be lifted. And we've heard clearly from many industry groups, be it the tourism and hospitality sector, hotel workers, restaurants, arts and culture, particularly small events, that what they really need to have is a clear and articulated plan that outlines the anticipated phases of opening for different sectors and types of businesses and sequencing around those. Other countries have done this. I'd say England is one example. And it's incredibly helpful and important information to have for industry to plan. And so a number of groups are hoping for council support and calling for this. And given that we have a 3-week gap between our meetings till the end of March, that's the first part of the motion, which is really advocacy on that. The second one is for council to get some information back, quick information to signal the understanding that while we didn't anticipate that smaller outdoor events would be allowed until the fourth quarter, now we're hearing signals from the PHO that that could be Q3 and it's likely to be. And so I think it would be helpful for staff to know, just as we did with restaurants, what readiness that we have in terms of staff resources to be able to support those small outdoor events, anticipating there's going to be demand for them, pent up from both the public and in support of economic recovery for our arts and culture sector. So there's 2 clauses. Hoping the clerk can bring those up on screen.
We don't have, clerk still doesn't have it. I'm just getting a note, Councillor Kirby-Young, so if you could send it to the clerks.
Oh yeah, I'll do that now. Sorry, I emailed that this morning, so I don't know. Let me send that through again.
And is this the same, I mean, have you just moved something with the similar title?
I did call notice on it earlier in the event that, because I had sent a note to council hoping that everybody would agree, because it has to be unanimous to consider it today, and I wanted to cover my bases so that it would either be heard today or at the next meeting, but I'm hoping council will support it today.
Okay, so you're moving it in 2 different places, is that? So you've given notice of motion?
I will not be bringing it forward as a notice of motion of the next meeting if council will consider it this afternoon.
Okay. And so we've got the text now. We have it seconded.
Second.
No,
Councillor DeGenova.
right. So I haven't heard anybody call notice on it. So I'm just waiting now for clerks to pull this up on screen. Here it comes. Okay, council. So I'm just going to Yep. So, Councillor Kirby-Young, I'm just, since there's not been noticed, then we're just going to withdraw it from the other section because of you. Yeah. Okay. So, council, if you'd like to speak to this, we'll put you on the main queue. So, Councillor Kirby-Young, you've moved this, so you have another 5 minutes if you want to go ahead.
Yeah, there's 2. I wonder if I could just ask the clerk to scroll to the 2 recommendations. Or resolutions, I should say, at the end, if that's possible. Yeah, that's helpful. So I just wanted to highlight there that those are the 2 resolutions I was verbally speaking to, one being advocacy with having the mayor write to the premier and PHO on behalf of council to outline the importance of an articulated opening up plan, as I said, identifying the anticipated phases and sequencing as other jurisdictions have done. And then the second, which speaks to staff reporting back on our readiness to potentially permit small outdoor events in Q3 if that parallels with the vaccination schedule that we anticipate with the province.
Okie doke, thanks. I'm just going to call up the right, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm happy to support this motion. I think it's critically important that we're in a state of readiness. I think there's a lot of pent up desire on the part of the public to get out and resume some level of normalcy. And certainly the vaccine rollout is heralded as giving us that optimism that we'll be able to, potentially later summer start to enjoy some regular activities. And we're certainly hearing from the small business and events community in Vancouver that they're wanting to be in a state of readiness. They're looking forward to hosting some, smaller scale events, and are prepared to work with the city and whatever it takes to make that happen. But I think that this really articulates the need for us as a city to be ready to mobilize, just as we have in response to the pandemic. Putting in place preventative measures now. It's about those recovery and opening measures, and I think that our small business and events community will welcome having some certainty about what that process will look like in terms of permits and how we can do that in an expedient manner. So happy to support the motion.
Thank you. Okay. I don't see anybody else on the queue, so we can call the vote on this one. Councillor Fry, Councillor Boyle, Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Boyle. Clerks, I see Councillor Boyle's name on the screen. Council, of course, has to do our process. If we have a councillor that's present and then that goes down during the voting, we have to pause. So I'm just going to pause until we get Councillor Boyle back on the line so we can complete this vote. Council, we're still trying to reach Councillor Boyle. We'll get back to you as soon as we've reached her.
Hi, Mayor. Sorry, I had to deal with a family issue and a phone call for a moment.
Okay, we've just, we're in the middle of a vote on Councillor Kirby-Young's.
Oh, yes. Okay, I will have to abstain, having missed the conversation of support in theory.
Thanks so much. There we go. So that's passed with none in opposition. Thanks, Council. We'll go back to the list. Councillor Swanson, new business.
I have 2 inquiries.
Okay, I don't see anybody else. So I'm just gonna, if you don't have any business, Councillor Swanson, I'm just gonna move you off the queue and get you to put yourself back on. And councillors, I am actually on the wrong queue, so I'm just gonna clear this queue that I'm on now and move back to the, there we go. So now I've got the right queue up. If you wanna go ahead, this is the new business section. Councillor Carr, new business.
Oh, I thought you completed new business. I'm sorry. I was on for inquiries. I'll take myself off if you
Okay.
haven't.
Anybody else new business? Councillor Swanson, new business?
Nope, just inquiry.
Okay, everybody's jumping the gun here. So I don't see, so nobody on for new business. Now we'll move to inquiries. I have Councillor Swanson, Councillor Carr, Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Swanson, go ahead.
Okay, I have 2. So the first one is, this week, Council got a couple of important memos. One was about CAC lease payment policy, and the other one was about the definition of social housing. They were both in response to Council motions. And so I'm wondering, how does it get decided whether it's a memo or a public report? And can we get assurance that the memo, these 2 memos, plus other ones that we get in response to council motions, will be made public? And is there a way that that council can determine whether or not a report back is either a memo or a public report? So that is my first question, first
Point of
inquiry.
parliamentary procedure, Mayor.
Yes.
I'm going to ask this delicately as to whether we may be referring to memos that are confidential and not for public discourse. So if we could just assess that before we continue with any answers.
Well, it's over to the city manager. So city manager.
Certainly, and thanks for the question, Councillor Swanson. So we will assess each of those kind of requests or direction from council on a case-by-case basis. I mean, generally, our aim is to get back to council as quickly as we can. It's much faster for us to do that in a memo versus a report, and particularly where there are no recommendations from staff coming back. Then, if it's just a matter of information and explanation for council, obviously we're happy to take any further direction that may arise from those memos. The memos are, other than the ones that are specifically delineated as confidential, are eventually made public. We have a process whereby they're posted on the website periodically. So I can confirm that that does happen. Yeah, I think, again, if council is looking for a report back in council, like an administrative report, that's your prerogative to indicate that. Again, what that may do, though, is, particularly given kind of demands on council agenda time, is that may delay the response. So, I mean, generally, memos are a much more efficient way for us to respond to you.
So how much time is there between the memo and when it gets posted?
I would have to confirm off the top of my head. I don't recall the frequency on which those are posted, but we can definitely get back to you on that, Councillor.
Okay, so my second inquiry is, I understand that there is a plot afoot to balance buses, and that balance means cut in TransLink ease, and that the bus stops in question are 22nd and Nootka, Kamloops Oak, King Edward and Laurel, Alexander, Breckenridge, Collingwood, Oak and 43rd, 71st and 22nd. So what I'm wondering is, have the Seniors Committee and the People with Disabilities Committee been consulted about this? And can the city put the brakes on the cuts until these committees are consulted?
So, Councillor, yeah, we can certainly follow up. The TransLink does its own consultation on those matters. In terms of how we engage with that, I can confirm with engineering, and we can let you know.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Next, we have Councillor Carr for inquiries.
Yes, thank you. I have two. Well, actually, it's one general theme, but there are two subtopics. My inquiry is around the correspondence that we received. There were two pieces of correspondence from the VSB, the Vancouver School Board or Board of Education. The first was regarding fostering a closer collaborative relationship between the Vancouver Board of Education and the City of Vancouver Council, requesting the establishment of a joint VSB COV committee to collaborate on advancing capital projects by the Board of Education, with a committee consisting of 3 trustees and 3 councillors. And so I am inquiring as to what the process and the timeline are for council to be able to consider this request.
So, Councillor, I think first of all, just to confirm that we do work very closely at a staff level with BSB and have standing kind of communication with them. Obviously, this is a different request for collaboration at the level of elected officials. It really is in your court. I think if there's additional information, we can take a look at that request and see if there's any additional context or advice we can be able to provide around it. But ultimately, just from a procedural perspective, of how that would be set up and how council may, for example, appoint the councillors who would sit on that. So we can take that back, and then it's up to you in terms of timeline to process it.
Yeah, so as a follow-up on that question, my thoughts are, does this require a motion by a councillor? Because I'm certainly happy to pursue this, or would it come in the form of a staff report?
Sorry, Councillor. Yeah, my recommendation, it would be appropriate for a councillor motion.
Okay, sorry. Inquiries did not come before notice of motion. But anyway, thank you. I'll proceed on that on that advice. The second piece of communication from the Vancouver School Board was around data sharing. I've raised this at council before, the importance of the school district knowing sort of our projections around population and development potential, et cetera, in their long-range facility facilities planning. The report doesn't contain a specific recommendation, but I'm inquiring as to how staff intend to handle this request, and again with a timeline regarding that. And if there's a need for a councillor motion, I would be happy to proceed with that. But so looking for some feedback on how staff are considering pursuing this.
And Councillor, thanks. Just so I'm clear, you're referencing specifically sharing information around growth and population projections?
Well, at this point, that seems to be the bottom line interest, but there's no specific recommendation in this report. It may also be around facilities in general, and what's included in facilities. The school, we're tending to do more projects where there is some co-location of things the city supplies and the school does, like housing and childcare, for example. So I think that there's maybe some projections of data around that, but it's very specific on data that's needed to make decisions.
Yes, so that is precisely the type of data that we're contemplating exchanging with the VSB, understanding their projections for student enrollment, and conversely, our planning department sharing with them growth projections, kind of development and so on. So yes, that's precisely the one of the key categories of information that we're planning to share under that MOU.
Okay, so all right, and I gather if it's an MOU, then we will be receiving it as council at some point.
Yeah, I mean, it's more intended kind of for staff at a working level, but I think if there's interest, council, if there's particular things that you're interested in that we're getting information from BSB on, then we can report that back to you. So, like I say, if there's areas of interest, it would be helpful to know that. And then we can go back and look at what data we have and conditions under which it can be shared. Obviously, some of that may need to be in camera and so on.
Right. Okay, perhaps we can get a memo that at some point supplies us with the kind of information that you're intending to share that may be helpful.
Certainly, yeah, we can definitely do that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. I had received some emails and there have been some questions sent to me on social media. I believe other councillors have received some correspondence as well. And I understand in this question through you to the city manager that we have a program at the City of Vancouver, and I understand that it's not a nonprofit doing this, not the SPCA, where we are facilitating adopting rats. And I was just wondering if the city manager could tell me if $5 was cost recovery. So does that recover the cost that the city is paying? And if not, was another nonprofit organization considered for this, like the SPCA or?
Councillor, yeah, I'm not. We can report back to you on the details of the program.
Okay, thanks very much. And then another inquiry that we've been getting is regarding some media reports and who the powers to be or the powers that be are at Vancouver City Hall. So if I were to send that to the acting city manager, could information be sent to council on that at your discretion as to how that's best addressed?
Sorry, Councillor, do you mind? I'm not sure I caught the question.
Well, there's been correspondence, and I understand it's not just with myself. I think with other council members, seeing who the correspondence is addressed to, that are asking specifically who the powers to be are that perhaps order engineering staff to make certain changes. I'm just wondering if perhaps if I were to send over more information, if the city manager could report back on how those staff are deployed.
City Manager, I think this is a question about people being paid to camp outside my house. So I think that's what this is about.
That's not what the question is.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And that's
You're very unclear, Councillor Dejanova.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to be tactful, Mr. Mayor, as to how staff are deployed. And we have been getting this, and I think that it's important that that it's addressed.
So an inquiry about people being paid to camp outside my house, I think.
Well,
City Manager.
that's not the only thing. Actually, Mr. Mayor, am I allowed to ask questions or not?
It's inquiry,
Mayor
yep.
Stewart? Okay, thank you very much. Well, since it is an inquiry and since I feel that it's been painted in a certain light, we've also been asked about this at Strathcona and how resources have been deployed to certain other areas of the city. Mayor Stewart, so I want to make it very clear that I wasn't asking a question that targeted anyone specifically.
Okay.
And you know, kind of feeling hurt and offended that
Mm-hmm.
that's how it would be
Ditto.
made to sound.
Ditto.
So I want to let you know that that was not my intention. And if you look through your emails, I understand that when you're chairing a meeting, it's hard to kind of to do several things at once. But there are emails asking about service levels in certain parts of the city and how those are deployed. So I'm sorry if that's not an appropriate question to ask in inquiries, but I
Just
thought
was
it
unclear, Councillor Dejanova, so I was trying to clarify
Have I
for the city
clarified it
manager.
for you?
You absolutely have, I think, for everybody, actually. Any other items?
Yeah, so I would say, Councillor, if there's additional information, background information you have on how that question has been framed to you, that would be helpful if you could forward that.
I will. Thank you so
Thanks.
much.
Thank you. Next on the list, we've got Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Mayor. Reflecting on a rather desperate email I received from a constituent who is concerned about their housing and rent evictions, and referenced the mayor's motion from October of last year that I enthusiastically supported and I believe passed unanimously at council, protecting tenants taking action against rent evictions. And the motion itself talked about that if there was no provincial commitment to address rent eviction by the end of December 2020, council will direct staff to prepare a report in 21 outlining a framework to protect renters during renovations or repairs on rental houses. And I'm just wondering if we have, obviously, any updates from the province and where are we at with preparing a report?
So thanks, Councillor. Yeah, there have been discussions with the province, and we understand the province is proposing changes around this issue. So we have been waiting to see what they're coming forward with. The province is in a much better position given their jurisdiction and powers to deal with the issue of rent evictions relative to the limited tools that the city has. So that's kind of where we have been at. It is something that staff are actively working on. And like I say, engaged with the province on. And we appreciate council's direction that depending on what the province does, there may be a need for the city to act on this. But I would say in terms of an update of current status, that's where we're at to my knowledge.
Okay, thanks then.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. And just wanted to make brief comment on reflection of yesterday's marking International Women's Day. And I think a number of councillors acknowledged that in social media, but just to reflect how incredibly proud I am to serve on this council, and which has seen the highest number of women elected to council ever, and proud of my female colleagues, but also our male colleagues who are our allies. But this year's theme was choose to challenge, and one of the things I have seen um, uh, with my colleagues here is challenging and calling out gender bias and inequality on a number of occasions. There was a number of stories over the last week or two leading up to International Women's Day profiling women elected leaders who have been subject of misogyny, of hate, and I know that councillors Boyle and Dejanova and Kirby Young have spoken out in this on a number of occasions, and so I just want to acknowledge that. And these aren't easy jobs, but certainly harder when you're subject to. Particularly on the social media, sort of public commentary. And but I am incredibly proud of our group, and obviously there's still more work to be done in terms of supporting women from the BIPOC community. But I wanted to just acknowledge how proud I am of our collective of women here at Council, and to honor that in terms of International Women's Day.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I have an inquiry and I'm following up again on the motion from early June 2020 that I had brought forward that was standing up to the rise in anti-Indigenous, anti-Black, anti-people of color, and anti-Asian racism and hate crimes that we were seeing in the city. At that time, it was referred back to staff with the intent that we would be getting more information back. Given that we've seen some really disturbing incidents, such as down in Musqueam, here in the city, targeted with some nasty messaging, the tree defacement, anti-Semitic tree defacement in Riverview Park, and continued incidents again in the Asian community, particularly targeting seniors and people that are particularly vulnerable. I'm wondering when we're going to get information back on that, and if there's a possibility for some of the simpler components of the motion, such as the piece that called for a public awareness campaign condemning racism and hate crime, sharing information on resources for victims, and encouraging bystanders to report incidents, for example, if any of those pieces could be activated, given the fact that this is sadly still a common and increasingly prevalent issue in our society. I also note that I'm really grateful to the leadership by the provincial government in stepping up, and part of the motion also called for the city to reach out and look at the opportunities to work with the province on their anti-racism work. So I wonder if staff can provide an update on those pieces.
Yes, thanks, Councillor. So yes, our ACCS team, they are working on an update for council on the status of that work. So I'm expecting that we'll be able to get that to you pretty quickly, and I'll confirm with the team. I understand that the interest in a timely report back there.
Okay, and then follow up to that. Thanks, Acting City Manager. Are you expecting that update to come back in the form of an update at a council meeting?
At this point, Councillor, what staff are preparing is a memo based on kind of where the work is at right now, and I think from there, and not having seen it, I don't want to prejudge all of the details of that. But yeah, I think what they were working to do is to get you a memo on the status as a first step.
Okay,
There is additional work to come back to council though.
I'll just put in a plea to daylight this work. I think that we've got a number of communities that are looking for some form of action or leadership from the city, and even if we start small, I think that there's a lot of folks who would like to see that feel that the city are not addressing it yet. So I'm hopeful that there could be some action that might be identified in the memo.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, my inquiries on the review that's going to be happening with the police section, recognizing that they'll be doing a director's review of our budget decisions. And I'm just wondering what the process is for us as councillors and the mayor, and what's the plan moving forward, recognizing this coming forward from the police board today.
Thanks, Councillor. I can say from a staff perspective at this point, the process is not clear. So there is, the appeal of the budget decision goes to the Director of Police Services. There is no defined procedure for the Director of Police Services, so far as we're aware, that they follow in relation to these requests. So we'll be awaiting that information as to, we expect that there will be a submission required from the city. That would seem obvious, but the timeline for that, the substance of it, at this point, we haven't seen, and as staff, we haven't actually seen what the police board have submitted to the province either. So we're at very early days on that particular issue, subject to any other updates the mayor might have, but we will definitely be keeping council apprised as we learn more.
Okay, and do we have a meeting set up between council and the police board at any time to have deliberations or conversations that are set up in the next near future, or no?
No.
Okay.
Not at this point.
Eric, do you have anything else that you would like to state on this at this time, or no?
I don't at this point. The statement by the police board, I'm reviewing that. And again, it's weird having both hats on in this circumstance, but on this matter with the police board, the spokesperson duties have been delegated to Vice Chair Barge DeHaan. So in that case, I'll be speaking on behalf of the city. That's but I have no idea how this process works. There are cases that have been cited in other municipalities, but they're actually of a very different nature than this one. So another new fun thing we get to figure out.
Thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yeah, I wonder if I might ask a follow-up question on that, just for clarity. And perhaps this is best directed through you, Mayor, to this acting city manager. And that is just, if this is a legal matter, as with other legal matters, would the standard protocol follow that typically mayor and council do not comment on an open legal matter if this is effectively a legal challenge? I wonder if, I just want to be very clear on this.
It's not a legal challenge. It's a provincial procedural challenge. So there's no courts involved.
Yeah, it's an administrative process. It's not quasi-judicial or in that respect. You know, again, at this point, absent further information around how the process will work, it's somewhat difficult to provide council any advice at this stage, but we'll certainly do that as we go.
Okay, so just quick follow-up then, would, understanding it's sort of a procedural administrative piece, and I appreciate that clarification, would the city manager advise that until there is further information available, it might be wise to determine that process before commenting vociferously or not on such a matter? Just looking for guidance here, I guess, right?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of commenting on the process, I would say yes. You know, obviously, council has made decisions with respect to the police budget, and councillors are all on the record, or those councillors that participated in those decisions are on the record with, in terms of their views on that. I think that's all fair game. Yeah, you know, at this stage, there isn't much I would suggest avoiding, just because of lack of information, detailed comment on the process itself or how this should play out. But in terms of the substance of the dispute, I think that's all pretty much in the public domain.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if that helps or not, but.
Yep, no, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, council. I don't see anybody else on the list, so we can adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Great, thank you. And we'll see you at 6 o'clock, council, for the public hearing. Thanks very much. Have a good day.
Thanks everyone. Thanks, staff.
Stretch your legs. Bye.